2. Ok. Dame I gospodo, molim vas zauzmite svoja mjesta.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats so that we can start.
Dobro vam jutro još jednom.
Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the inaugural conference of Croatian presidency for very important processes which provide great opportunity to all member countries. We are talking about Croatian presidency over the EU strategy for Adriatic and Ionian initiative and region. Two processes, one goal, and many opportunities for all of those who are participating in this. At the very beginning, you've seen the program, a lot of inspirational themes for all of you. I hope. My name is Domagoj Novokoment, a journalist from N1 TV station. Now I would like for you to welcome a Croatian Minister of Foreign and European Affairs, Mr. Goran Radman. Please welcome his guest, Mr. Edina Konaković, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bosnia and Herzegovina. We also have Minister of Tourism and Sport, Mrs. Nikolina Brnjac. And an applause for Minister of Regional Development and EU Funds, Mr. Šime Erlić. And with us, in a couple of moments, we will have Mr. Norman Poppens from the Director General from the European Commission. And with us, we will have Mr. Tokarski, Director for the European Territorial Cooperation and Macro Region from the same Director General. At the very beginning, I would like to ask Mr. Radman to take the floor. Well, all of you, a good morning and welcome. At the very beginning, dear Minister, Mr. Konaković, my colleague, Minister of Tourism and Sport, Mrs. Brnjac, my colleague, Mr. Šime Erlić, dear Director, Mr. Tokarski, State Secretaries, Directors, and all of those dear colleagues who have actively participated and contributed to our conference. We have started our presidency officially in Sarajevo a couple of days ago, and I would like to say thank you to our colleague, Mr. Konaković, for an excellent organization of that conference. And that conference had a wider character. We covered a lot more topics regarding Europe. We also have ambassadors with us today, the excellencies. A warm welcome also to my colleague diplomats for participating in this important conference at the beginning of Croatian presidency. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it is my great pleasure to welcome you here today and to wish you a warm welcome at the beginning of Croatian presidency for the Adriatic and Ionian region and Adriatic and Ionian strategy. As I've said, in Sarajevo, we took over the presidency. Once again, congratulations to Bosnia and Herzegovina for a job well done, especially in these difficult circumstances. I am glad that we have our colleague, Mr. Konaković. We have a joint session of two governments, and this is a great success for our two countries in regards to issues of common interest. strategy for Adriatic and Ionian regions started in 2014, and it follows the previous 15 years of cooperation within the Adriatic and Ionian cooperation. We established the basis of our cooperation through different chambers, universities, cities, and also parliaments. As a part of European territorial cooperation and cohesion policy of the EU, this strategy is another step forward, an evolution of cooperation in Adriatic and Ionian region. Macro-regional strategies of the EU are unique tools. They aid in establishing and building of common European area or space, and they are the heart of the European integration process. The aim of cooperation within European macro-regions is coordination. In other words, harmonizing different national interests, policies, through synergy of several countries to achieve a more quality solution for the challenges that exceed national interests, and they need supranational results. I'm talking about the challenges which are common for all of those who are participating in this. So within European macro-regions, cooperation results in mutual trust and building of communities which are focused on a greater gain, greater goal. This is the real value of macro-regional cooperation. Also, Adriatic and Ionian strategy has one very important specificity. This strategy, from its very beginning, this macro-regional strategy with the highest number of states who are also EU member states, with the enlargement of membership in 2022, Republic North Macedonia and Republic San Marino, this strategy becomes macro-regional strategy with the highest number of members who are not EU member states, and the only strategy where more countries are outside the EU. This is an important issue also for the strategy. We are continuously in favor of our countries who are members to become the member states of the EU. We also welcome very strongly the fact that the importance of implementation of strategy and EU enlargement has been recognized from all member countries. And this is a new horizontal theme within the strategy. This means that its aspects will be a part of all thematic areas of cooperation. After Croatia has fulfilled all its strategic goals, foreign goals, with a higher political capacity and with a greater focus, we will turn towards Western Balkan countries and also towards Bosnia and Herzegovina. She is our closest neighbor. We have the longest border that we share with Bosnia, and we want to see Bosnia realizing its European perspective. And we wish to see Bosnia as a part of the EU. We also wish, after all these reforms, that Bosnia will achieve and ensuring functionality of government institutions, that Bosnia will finally start negotiating with the EU. And Bosnia will have Croatia as an important partner. And of course, the country that with its own expertise and experiences will transfer that knowledge to Bosnia. In the upcoming period, we will need to define more clearly the way and in which areas this strategy contributes to a more successful negotiation process for all countries that wish to become a part of the EU and while also participating in the strategy. And Croatia will try during its presidency to give an additional incentive to this topic. Ladies and gentlemen, Croatia had its first presidency back in 2015-2016. Nowadays, we are celebrating 10 years of becoming an EU member state. And when someone asks what are greatest achievements, this is definitely a membership in the EU. So after final and complete integration, I'm talking about becoming a part of the Schengen area and the Eurozone. If you start from Zagreb, if you start driving in a car, you can drive without problems, without stopping, to Berlin, to Budapest, to Bratislava, to Rome. We have ambassadors who, of course, welcome all this. And today and yesterday, we had the President of the European Parliament who highlighted the importance of Croatia and that Croatia can be an example for other countries, the so-called Croatian model. Especially in regards to the membership in the EU. These days, also, in Croatia, we are celebrating 10 years of EU membership, and we have also become a part of the Schengen zone and the Eurozone, and thus strengthening our international position. And everyone can clearly see the benefits of being an EU member state. We can also see the progress that Croatia has had during these 10 years. All of us who remember, if you compare situation today and with the situation 30 years ago, you can see the progress. Also, membership in regional and international initiatives and organizations like this strategy, and also like membership in the EU, this is all a process of learning and maturing. And I want us to continue doing this and to be an active member in cooperation process. I'm glad to see everyone here today. It is difficult to mention all of you by name. There are a lot of young people from different organizations. All of you, once again, I wish you a warm welcome on this great and lovely Zagreb morning. And I wish you a successful conference today and tomorrow, and thank you for your attention.
Hvala ministru.
Thank you, Minister Grlić Radman. Please give a warm welcome to Mr. Tokarski, Director for European Territorial Cooperation Macro-Region in the Directorate General for Administrative Policies of the EU.
Minister Erlic, dear Minister Brnjac, dear Minister Konakovic, dear representatives of the countries of the EU strategy for the Adriatic and Ionian region, dear ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to congratulate the incoming Croatian presidency and thank you for organizing this kick-off conference and for hosting us in the beautiful city of Zagreb. In these opening remarks, I intend to reflect on where the strategy stands at this moment, a crucial moment, as we look towards putting in place a stable governance structure in parallel with the revision that has been ongoing for some time now. Now, with regard to the revision process, I want to highlight three aspects in particular that are of special interest to the Commission: the social dimension, the green dimension, and tourism. As social pillar is concerned, the Commission strongly supports the ongoing revision of the strategy to adjust it to the changes of recent years and to make it fit for the future. And many of these changes have occurred in the social field. Since the adoption of the strategy, Europe has experienced a migration crisis, putting significant pressure on labor markets and social systems, and in places giving rise to populist and nationalist forces. We have all faced a global health pandemic which entailed a severe decline in economic activity and showed how vulnerabilities in health systems can have profound implications for economic progress, trust in governments, and social cohesion. Then Russia's unjustified and unprovoked invasion of Ukraine has severely impacted food and energy markets, adding further pressure to low-income households and increasing energy poverty. In response, the Commission and the Member States have adopted numerous initiatives relevant to social policies. At a strategic level, an action plan for delivering the European Pillar of Social Rights was adopted in 2021. It set three headline targets that the EU must reach by 2030. Employment rate of at least 78%, at least 60% of Europeans participating annually in training, and the reduction of the number of people living in poverty or social exclusion by at least 15 million, including 5 million children. To help meet these targets, one of the key policy objectives of the EU's cohesion policy for 21-27 concerns a more social and inclusive Europe. So cohesion policy must deliver quality employment, education, skills, social inclusion, and equal access to healthcare. And with this background, it is both opportune and logical that Croatia in particular has been at the forefront of the plan to introduce a specific social pillar as part of the revised strategy. Now about the green dimension. As demonstrated several times during the presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina, the implementation of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals is the appropriate roadmap for the strategy to pursue the objective of the European Green Deal, the new approach for a sustainable blue economy, and the green agenda for the Western Balkans. And in this context, it is important to maintain an appropriate balance between the maritime, blue, and land, green, components of the strategy and its future development. The blue-green approach should have spillover effects on all pillars in the strategy, and this is possible by promoting topics such as sustainable tourism, green rural development and sustainable food systems, and by respecting green energy, recycling and circular economy principles in all pillars. So by encouraging collaboration, implementing integrated approaches and exchanging good practice, the Adriatic and Ionian region can progress significantly towards a better environmental status, more resilience, ecosystems and more effective waste management. I mentioned sustainable tourism a moment ago, and this is such an important topic I want to speak about it in its own right. As you are all very much aware, tourism is one of the most significant GDP contributors for the countries of the Adriatic-Ionian region. However, the COVID-19 pandemic had a particularly devastating effect on the tourist industry. Some 11 million jobs in the EU tourist sector were affected by the pandemic in 2020 alone. So we need to work together to develop resilient public policies at national and regional level in order to help the tourist sector recover and to develop a sustainable and resilient tourist offer that makes optimal use of environmental resources, helping to conserve natural heritage and biodiversity. It should also respect the socio-cultural authenticity of host communities and preserve their built and living cultural heritage and traditional values. 2023 is the European Year of Skills, and the EU adopted a new Pact for Skills and Skills Partnership for the tourist ecosystem earlier this year. So this pact shall prepare the tourist workforce for future challenges. It focuses on youth employment and its upskilling and reskilling. If we look at the Adriatic Union strategy, it is clear that it has the vision to promote innovative, resilient, sustainable, and universally accessible tourism across the region. So there needs to be further support for the digital and green transitions of the tourist ecosystem and more investment in the sustainable management of destinations. We also need to develop new capacities and skills to strengthen resilience and prepare the sector for the future. Now, having spoken about the content up to now, I'd like to turn to the question of governance in the context of the strategy. It is important to underline the fact that macro-regional strategies are still a relatively young and developing concept, and how they are governed is an evolving process. What is certain, however, is that they do need to be governed. The interrelationships between participating countries, between sectors and among different levels of public authorities have to be structured, coordinated, planned, and organized. And this is of particular importance for the Commission in relation to the Adriatic Union strategy, which is the last of the strategies to put in place a more permanent approach to its governance, making use of the funding available under Interreg. And stable governance is not only vital to the functioning of the strategy, it is also indicative of the state of play and progress in the cooperation and coordination within the strategy. So what kind of message does it send if the countries of strategy are unable to agree on how to manage and support their strategy before we even look at what the strategy should be delivering? The role of the Adriatic Programme is crucial in this regard. It is not merely a funding mechanism for the functioning of the strategy. The programme must also contribute thematically to the objectives of the strategy. This is the quid pro quo. The creation of a strategy with all the support and effort of the Commission means that available funding needs to be targeted at delivering on the strategy's action plan. So in conclusion, all of us in this room today have invested a great deal of time, effort and resources in making the Adriatic Union strategy what it is today. It can perhaps seem at times almost like a thankless task, because it's a never-ending task. But that paradoxically demonstrates why what we do together is so important. Macro-regional strategies are designed to evolve, to adapt, to grow, and that means the structures that we put in place to govern them and the content of the priority areas also have to evolve and change to reflect new realities. This defines both the challenges and the opportunities that this macro-regional work brings us. Having said that, I would like to thank the Bosnian Herzegovina presidency for all its hard work over the last 12 months, and I would like to wish the Croatian presidency every success for 12 months ahead. I look forward to fruitful discussions with all of you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hvala gospodinu Tokarskom, mnogo je napravljeno, još mnogo.
Thank you, Mr. Tokarski. A lot has been done and a lot needs to be done. Please now welcome Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Bosnia and Herzegovina, Mr. Konakovic. Good morning, everybody. I welcome my colleague, Mr. Grlić Radman, and I thank for the warm welcome. Me and all the ministers visiting Croatia officially for this joint session of two governments. I would also like to greet all the ministers, Mr. Tokarski and dear ambassadors, especially young people as well, that give meaning to all of this, what we are talking about today. Allow me to, on behalf of Bosnia and Herzegovina, on my own behalf, express my gratitude for being here at this event. It is my great honor to participate in this conference that marks the launch of Croatian presidency of Adriatic Union Initiative. At the beginning, allow me to emphasize fruitful cooperation between our two countries during Bosnia's presidency. During Bosnia and Herzegovina's presidency, we started the revision of the action plan and Eusair strategy, and we made great progress. And we opened the path to finalization of the process during Croatian presidency. We have reached a consensus, and we believe that this enlargement will be also transferred to the Western Balkans. We will continue to invest efforts into what we have been doing in the past 12 years. Tectonic and geopolitical changes in Europe caused by Russian aggression should make EU support the enlargement process. Of course, we need to speed up processes in line with European standards. Bosnia and Herzegovina has strongly supported the inclusion of new pillar into the strategy initiated by the Republic of Croatia, and during our presidency we organized conference on the exchange of experiences and best practices in the implementation of EU Agenda 2020-2030. We think it would be useful for all of us for this practice to continue in the upcoming years, having in mind the importance of infrastructure and transport connectivity in combination with digital and business interconnections. We believe that this will be one of the main priorities during Croatian presidencies, and this will also support the development of tourism in our region, which shows recovery after the pandemic. And we believe that under Croatian presidency, young people will be more involved in decision-making processes. In the end, I want to wish great success to our Croatian colleagues during this presidency, and in the upcoming 12 years you can count on us and our help and support. And I would like to thank you for the strong support you provided to Bosnia and Herzegovina during making the decision on receiving the status of candidate, and we will aim to make the best of this decision. And I'm looking forward to the fact that today's session between two governments will open up topics on the use of resources, chances and potential, and open issue. And we are going to discuss on open issues that we haven't talked for a while. And today, I think, is the day when we are going to raise important questions when it comes to cooperation of our two countries. The synergy with my colleague, Grlić Radman, and other foreign ministers, and within Adriatic Union region, in the past 4 or 5 months, we have created diplomatic offensive where we wanted to show that the countries of the Western Balkans need even more concrete help, because EU seems far, far away, and it's difficult to meet halfway, because the reforms that we implement following the EU rules reflect that our economy is not so strong. And in Bratislava, when we heard messages from Ursula von der Leyen, who said in this new speech to us from the Western Balkans, gave us actually the message of optimism and hope, because she emphasized what we were saying we needed in this moment. And this underlines the meaning of and the importance of these meetings, and they obviously provide concrete results, and we in the Western Balkans can truly feel this, and we will do our best to make use of these opportunities. This was concrete help and real messages. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today, and I wish you a pleasant day and two-day conference, good results, fruitful discussions, first of all, for all these young people. Thank you.
Hvala gospodinu Konakoviću.
Thank you to Mr. Konaković. We wish a successful joint session with the governments of Republic of Croatia and Bosnia and Herzegovina regarding the strategy, EU strategy for the Adriatic Union region. In the focus, we have the fourth pillar, where we recognized as a country our potentials, and we will hear more about this from the Minister of Tourism and Sport, Mrs. Brnjac. Dear Minister, Mr. Grlić, Radman and Erlić, Mr. Konakovic, dear Mr. Kotarski and Popens, Mrs. Arneri, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to welcome you and to wish you welcome at the beginning of Croatian presidency over the EU strategy for the Adriatic and Ionian region, and strategy which also is at the same time as we are celebrating Croatia's 10th year as a member state in the EU. For us, in our Ministry of Tourism and Sport, this strategy for Adriatic and Ionian region is especially important because on behalf of Croatia, together with Albania, we co-coordinate the fourth pillar strategy for sustainable tourism, and the ministry is also national partner in the Eusair facility point project, through which we are actively working on strengthening regional cooperation. Fourth pillar of the strategy, which is for sustainable tourism, is based on sustainable development, environmental protection, and guarding our cultural heritage. And based on sustainable and responsible tourism, allow me to list the fourth pillar themes: more complete usage of potential in our region, better efficiency and diversification of business of SMEs, of course, research and development, and raising the level of efficiency of innovation in tourism using best practices. We are talking about developing of skills in tourism, deseasonalization, developing sustainable tourism companies and clusters. Through this project, Eusair Facility Point, our ministry, together with our partners from other member countries, we worked on research of all active tourism themes for this Adriatic and Ionian region. We want to promote our priorities from the fourth pillar by including local community and other stakeholders. We have 7 macro-regional projects, thanks to ideas from a previous Eusair project, with focus on sustainable tourism, implementing the priorities and achieving the goals on national level. Every member country will contribute to progress of Adriatic and Ionian region through coordination and best practice exchange. By using instruments of strategy, we will create additional value and recognition of these regions. We know there are challenges in Adriatic and Ionian region, of course, and seasonality issue. And through the fourth pillar, we are dealing with these topics. Action plan was created 10 years ago, and since then till now, we've seen changes in priorities, redefining priorities, and this is why the action plan, which is under revision, will allow for better answers for new challenges and needs that we have ahead of us. Among priority topics, digital and green transition, smart management of tourism with focus on knowledge and skills. In 2022, we adopted common policies of EU policies in tourism. We have European program for tourism by 2030, new action plan and strategy for Adriatic and Ionian region, and we will be establishing this on these bases that I mentioned, from the beginning of my mandate, we have been working on reform of management of tourism based on sustainability. Croatian Parliament adopted strategy for Croatian tourism, national plan of sustainable tourism, and other plans. And also, we will have a new law, for the first time, law on tourism, by which we will establish management system for tourism based on objective and measurable data. That is why, as a priority, Croatia, we highlighted the topic of implementing measurable indicators of sustainable tourism, especially in regards to clean sea, which is our joint resource. So I would like to ask you to come also tomorrow to our conference of sustainable tourism, which will focus on sustainable tourism in sailing. And also I would like to wish you a successful conference today with many successful activities and quality cooperation during the Croatian presidency over the Adriatic and Ionian region. And your participation and engagement are key for the success and achievement of all our common goals. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Brnjac. I would like for you to welcome our next speaker, Ministry of Regional Development and EU Funds, Mr. Šime Erlić.
Dobar dan, dobro jutro.
Good morning. My colleagues are leaving, so I will not be long. Dear guests, good morning, everybody. Dear colleague Grlić Radman, who briefly said that he had to leave. Mr. Kolakovic, ministers, dear Minister Brnjac, dear state secretaries, MPs, dear representatives of the European Commission, I warmly welcome you all. And I'm happy to see you all here in Zagreb to jointly mark the launch of presidency of the Eusair strategy for Adriatic Ionian region. This overlaps with the anniversary of the 10-year membership of Croatia in the EU, and Croatia is often taken as an example of positive integration and a membership in the EU, and therefore we are here to share our experiences, our knowledge, our capacities with other countries in Southeastern Europe, moving towards European integration. In this dynamic period for the EU, Croatia wants to contribute as a catalyst of growth, and in this context we want to point out three key challenges we are faced with. First, the wealth of the Adriatic and Ionian regions, which offers numerous opportunities for cooperation for numerous sectors of interest for all member states of this strategy, and this shows that there's a need for a revision of this strategy in this new macro-regional environment, and therefore we want to emphasize maritime blue as well as a continental or green component of the strategy in its future development. Guided by the idea of the importance of greater involvement of the strategy, we have proposed fourth goal, which is a more social and inclusive Europe, through which we want to contribute to this segment of growth and development of Eusair strategy. And we are satisfied that member states have recognized the value of this initiative and that it has become adopted. And we believe this is a step forward towards creating a new prosperous region. Secondly, we want to focus during our presidency on harmonization of financial sources and priorities of the strategy by advocating greater use of financial instruments and existing financial sources, and therefore the role of macro-regional strategies. We all know that macro-regional strategies are an important element of networking and strategic cooperation among member states, but it is also important to find financial mechanisms and instruments that will make this feasible. European territorial cooperation encourages development of cooperation at the regional and the state level and reduction of harmful effect of borders, and focuses on economic cohesion. We expect that the strategy will improve and intensify cooperation in present circumstances in order to ensure European prosperity and peace and partnership of the EU and southeastern European countries, which is more important than ever before. Adriatic Union program has clearly recognized the importance, and it's called IPA Adrian in this period, and ensures greater participation of non-member states of the European Union. The third challenge refers to the development of strategic projects which contribute to more effective regional cooperation, thus represent the only correct way to fulfill Eusair priorities by maximizing the effects of cooperation and corresponding results. Within the IPA Adrian program, one of the supported activities is strengthening the institutional capacities of public bodies and stakeholders for the implementation of Eusair by supporting management mechanisms. The activity will be implemented by awarding grants for a total of 3 strategic projects, and these strategic projects, which are currently under development, will be active promoters of strengthening regional cooperation, thereby making macro-regional policies more effective. Their goal is to increase the effect of strategies activities in the Adriatic and Ionian regions, but also to contribute to macro-regional cohesion by influencing the wider population, strengthening the creation of regional policies, and encouraging a multi-level approach to governance. We want to achieve the goals set in this strategy. There is a clear need to strengthen engagement between all participating countries in order to further improve cooperation and consequently ensure the quality implementation of all 3 strategic projects, which will ultimately lead to the efficient spending of funds and the fulfillment of the goals of this strategy. Dear colleagues, as a participating country in 2 macro-regional strategies, the EU strategy for the Adriatic and Ionian region and the EU strategy for the Danube region, the Republic of Croatia would also pay special attention to horizontal connection with other strategies, which we think is an important component to ensure synergy and complementarity between these strategies. That's all from me. Thank you for your attention.
Hvala ministru
Thank you to Minister Erlich, and what you can expect during Croatian presidency over these 2 processes. You will hear from our next speaker from the Ministry of Regional Development and EU Funds. Please welcome Director Mrs. Stella Arneri. Good morning to everyone. A warm welcome. Republic Croatia during 1-year presidency will try to form priorities and activities and adapt them to a wider context, taking into account new challenges and the influence that they have over macro-regional cooperation. We want to encourage more leveled focused on the continental green and maritime blue parts of the strategy, and we will take into account all initiatives that will come from that direction. And in lieu with these basic principles, the motto of the Croatian presidency over the EU strategy for Adriatic and Ionian region is blue-green strategy for the future. Co-coordinators are Ministry of Foreign and EU Affairs and Ministry of Regional Development and EU Funds. We have stated political and thematic priorities which will manage the program First political priority is transformation of strategy in new macro-regional circumstances. Need for transformation comes from a number of factors, out of which the most important ones are enlargement of the membership in 2020 to Republic of Northern Macedonia, and in 2022 when Republic San Marino joined the strategy, new financial period for EU 2021-2027, and also need to adjust to new priorities. Within this first political priority, we will encourage two topics: better balance between the green and blue component of the strategy, and also every third participant country does not have an exit to Adriatic or Ionian Sea, and the majority has a strong green continental dimension and identity, and we will focus on that during our presidency. Second topic within the same priority is contribution to the process of enlargement and including all countries in this new financial period. Croatia thinks this enlargement process is very important and will continue to be in favor to have countries become also EU member states. And to emphasize the importance of this topic is that Eusair strategy is the only strategy that has more non-EU members as participants than EU members. Political priority number 2 is the ending of the process of revision. We need to perform this revision to fulfill the expectation of our members and also from the EU Commission. We want to use the strategy more in the area of cohesion policy, more social and inclusive Europe. So back in 2022, Croatia proposed that cooperation in the area of social issues become a new area of cooperation, as you've heard, new pillar of the strategy. We are very happy that countries who are participating recognize the value of this initiative, and it was adopted. This new pillar, social pillar, I think it will be a step forward towards creating prosperity in the region where people are in the focus of public policies. Our third political priority, institutional connectivity within macro-regional strategy, sharing of good practices, which is important to harmonize the development of horizontal topics, which is also relevant for all 4 macro-regional strategies: Baltic, Alpine, Adriatic, and Ionian. This allows for easier information exchange between the participants. Also, these 4 macro-regional strategies and this format of meetings started back in 2020. So, besides our political priorities, we also have thematic priorities, 3. They cover a wide spectrum of topics. First priority is higher resilience through better connectivity. We are talking about transport, digital, economic connectivity. We will have a multimodal Adriatic-Ionian corridor. Also, we will provide support to establish European transport corridor, Western Balkans, Eastern Mediterranean, which will connect all members who are participating in this strategy. Also, an element of energy independence is also very important. So we will focus during our presidency to promote potential of geothermal energy, and also two important projects will be highlighted, which have a very strong macro-regional influence. Northern Adriatic Valley of Hydrogen and Adriatic Union pipeline. This is a precondition for progress. Our next important thematic priority is sustainable growth and tourism. We will promote indicators of sustainable tourism. We will focus on this topic, especially as we've heard from the minister, in our care for clean seas. And we will focus more on nautical tourism, which is important for all participant countries. And this should be a priority goal. And to achieve ambitious goals and measures within European and global framework, we need an efficient cross-border and regional cooperation. By emphasizing this priority, we will have a better understanding and defining of further cooperation and establishing protection in maritime areas. Another topic is promotion of maritime robotics in sectors of so-called blue technology. And also one of very hot topic is the environment in the Adriatic and Ionian region, which is burdened with microplastics and plastic waste. Here, cross-border cooperation is also very important, especially when talking about sea pollution events. So Croatia will encourage discussion on developing further cooperation for all these topics to contribute more strongly to European topics, because all of us went through COVID-19, war in Ukraine. So they additionally emphasize the need to have stronger social cohesion. It's also important to emphasize all topics related to young people, development of skills, social entrepreneurship, social inclusion, and strengthening or empowering women on the labor market. Croatian presidency will be marked with a number of events, thematic events, meetings, which are held within a predefined format. So, for example, a meeting of national Eusair coordinators with management authorities from Adriatic and Ionian region, with the goal of strengthening this network of national and regional management bodies in charge with ESIF and IPA funds. And they are in charge of monitoring the implementation of all actions and strategies, embedding processes, and also projects included in operational and national programs. We also have the meeting of 4 trio presidencies of macro-regional strategies. We have horizontal connectivity and visibility by using good practices, which is necessary to achieve goals. We also have inaugural conference of 3 projects within the Adrian project. This conference should be or is planned during our presidency. We will provide support through 3 projects managed by 3 participant countries, Croatia, Slovenia, and Italy. And we will have this inaugural conference. Also, annual forum of Eusair, where stakeholders of Eusair meet every year to discuss the progress of the strategy and also exchange best practices and identify further opportunities for cooperation. Forum of the Republic of Croatia for Presidency of Eusair will be organized in 2024. Also, number of meetings, workshops, conferences, roundtables, which will be held during Croatian presidency. And we will focus on many relevant topics for the Adriatic and Ionian region. And through all of these meetings, we will work on achieving political and thematic topics of the presidency to contribute to the development and progress of all of the entire Eusair area. Thank you for your attention.
Hvala gospođi Arneri.
Thank you, Ms. Arneri. I now invite you for a coffee break. We will continue in 20 minutes sharp. In the first working part of the program, we will focus on the 4th pillar and everything that has been achieved in this area. And we will hear presentations from people working in this specific field.
Molimo vas, zauzmite svoja mjesta kako bi...
Please take your seats so we could continue with the program of today's conference. We will wait for a moment for everybody to come back to the room. We will continue with the working part of the conference. And this part will show you what has been achieved in the previous period. First of all, when it comes to the fourth pillar of Eusair strategy for Adriatic Union region. This is an especially interesting part when it comes to Croatia, not only because Croatia coordinates this part, but also because this naturally upgrades on Croatian strategies focused on tourism. As you could see here from Minister Brnjac, primarily the component of sustainability that is becoming more and more important. Thank you for being here on time. Please welcome our first speaker. This is State Secretary at the Ministry of Tourism and Sports, Mr. Tonči Glavina. Thank you.
Guests, I want to extend warmest welcome and best regards on behalf of Ministry of Tourism and Sport. Once again, I will continue my speech in Croatian. So for those of you who need it, please put on your headphones. Thank you very much. Dame I gospodo.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor and pleasure to welcome you on behalf of the Ministry of Tourism and Sports at the panel dedicated to the fourth pillar of the EU strategy for the Adriatic and Ionian region, which symbolically marks the beginning of the presidency of the Republic of Croatia in Eusair. Today we have gathered to present the achievements in the implementation of the strategy in the field of tourism, consider the challenges we face, and discuss opportunities for further cooperation in the Adriatic Union region. On behalf of the Ministry of Tourism and Sports, we emphasize our readiness to continue to manage the fourth pillar of the strategy, sustainable tourism, and to actively work on strengthening regional cooperation through connection and innovation to support the sustainable development of tourism in order to achieve progress and well-being in all member countries of this strategy. The fourth pillar of the EU strategy for the Adriatic Union region deals with sustainable tourism, which is based on the principles of sustainable development, inclusiveness, environmental protection, and preservation of cultural heritage. The fourth pillar of the strategy also, along with tourism, is one of the main drivers of the economy in the Adriatic Union region, which is rich in cultural heritage and natural beauty. Our key challenge now is how to protect the environment, cultural heritage, and ensure social and economic balance while developing tourism. We are glad that these challenges have been recognized and addressed at the level of the European Union and that we cooperate together in the implementation and monitoring of new policies in tourism. And at the national level, as part of the activities of the Ministry of Tourism and Sports, we work intensively to promote sustainable tourism through education and awareness of all stakeholders in the tourism sector. We continuously invest in projects that will enable the sustainable development of tourism. We encourage the development of sustainable forms of tourism, such as ecotourism, rural tourism, and sustainable sports tourism. And we are working to strengthen cooperation with other countries and all stakeholders in tourism in order to achieve synergistic effects and set high standards in sustainable tourism. The Ministry of Tourism and Sports will also contribute to the development of sustainable tourism through projects financed as part of the implementation of the National Plan for Recovery and Resilience, which includes significant investments and initiatives aimed at supporting the tourism sector and which provides around 290 million euros for the tourism sector. One of the main goals of the National Plan for Recovery and Resilience is to strengthen infrastructure and destinations. Investments are aimed at improving traffic connections, developing and modernizing tourist infrastructure, as well as maintaining and restoring the cultural and natural heritage that makes our country a unique destination. The National Recovery Plan also aims to boost competitiveness and innovation in tourism. Through grants and incentives, the plan is to support entrepreneurs and tourism entities in the introduction of new technologies, digitalization, promotion of sustainable tourism, and development of new tourism products and services. In addition, the plan is to emphasize the education and training of the workforce in tourism. By implementing priorities and achieving set goals at a national level, each country also contributes to the progress of the entire Adriatic Ionian region. We can achieve common goals through cooperation and exchange of best practices. Connecting and integrating our tourist offer with other destinations in the region creates added value and creates a recognizable region that attracts tourists from all over the world. The Ministry of Tourism and Sports, in the framework of the implementation of the priorities of the fourth pillar of the strategy in cooperation with external experts, has published many publications, manuals, and research dealing with current tourism topics. At the same time, we also organize numerous thematic events and workshops to promote the work and priorities of the fourth pillar for sustainable development with the involvement of the local community and a wide range of stakeholders. A total of 7 macro-regional projects are ready for implementation thanks to the ideas derived from the work of the thematic steering group of the fourth pillar of Eusair, which focuses on sustainable tourism. We are aware of the common challenges of the Adriatic Ionian region, such as temporal and spatial unevenness of tourist activities and marked seasonality. We also address these topics through the full pillar for sustainable tourism. The action plan operationalizing the strategy for the Adriatic and Ionian region was drawn up almost 10 years ago. From then until today, the needs and priorities of the macro region have changed and been redefined. The action plan, which is under revision, will enable better responses to new challenges and needs. Among the priority topics are green and digital transition and smart and sustainable management of tourism, with an emphasis on knowledge and skills. In 2022, the common policies of the European Union in tourism were adopted, the Transition Path for Tourism and the European Programme for Tourism 2030. The new action plan and strategy for the Adriatic Ionian region will build on these foundations. When it comes to the Republic of Croatia, we are currently completing our legislative, strategic and financial framework for the next decade. In December last year, we adopted the Sustainable Tourism Development Strategy until 2030, and we are currently finalizing the national plan for the implementation of the strategy. We are also drafting a new law on tourism, which will establish an exceptionally high-quality system for collecting, monitoring and analyzing indicators of sustainable tourism and further strengthen destination management. This is why, as a priority of the Croatian presidency of Eusair, we highlighted the importance of applying measurable indicators of sustainable tourism, especially when it comes to the care for the clean sea, which is our common resources. Responsible management, tourism and tourist resources should remain one of the priority goals of the strategy. Tomorrow's conference on nautical tourism will focus on this, which will be held at the same place and for which we invite you to join us and contribute to this discussion. In conclusion, I would like to express my personal satisfaction and gratitude to all of you who are here today with us. Your presence, participation and engagement are key to success and achievement of our goals. I believe that today's presentation of some of the achievements and results of the successful work on our fourth pillar, unfortunately, there is too little time to present everything in detail, but I think this will be interesting and useful to you and will give all of us new and fresh ideas for further planning and future work. Sustainable development and innovation are the fundamental pillars of our common path towards the prosperous future of the Adriatic Ionian region. Thank you once again for your participation. I believe that together we will achieve positive changes and progress for our countries and the Adriatic Ionian region.
Hvala državnom tajniku.
Thank you to the State Secretary Glavina. We will continue with the program. You will see the progress of the fourth pillar about this segment of this pillar from the EU strategy for the Adriatic and Ionian region. We will hear from Mr. Senka Daniel. She is the head of the project and coordinator of fourth pillar from the Ministry of Tourism and Sports. Dear State Secretary, dear colleagues, dear guests, as you've heard during these introductory speeches, they all emphasized the importance of cooperation and a joint resolution of the issues. Today's panels, we decided to present some of the results of our work, of our thematic steering group, focused on sustainable tourism, especially taking into account that the Ministry of Tourism and Sport coordinates the work of the Steering Committee, and it is national project partner in the Eusair facility point for management and implementation of strategy for the Adriatic-Ionian region. Only a few short information and the political framework which enables the countries in this region to find common solution for their problems and to use their potentials more efficiently. This macro-regional strategy is one of 4 strategies. Croatia, besides Adriatic and Ionian region, is also a part of the Danube strategy for the Danube region. It is also part of the maritime strategy for the Adriatic and Ionian region. This Adriatic and Ionian macro region that has almost 70 million people works together in 4 areas: blue growth, coordinated by Greece and Montenegro, connecting the region with 2 subgroups, energy and transport, coordinated by Italy and Serbia, with Northern Macedonia as a newer member of Eusair. Third pillar is environmental quality, coordinated by Slovenia and Bosnia and Herzegovina. And the 4th pillar, sustainable tourism, dealing with developing a full potential of innovative, sustainable, responsible tourism. As we've heard, priorities of the 4th pillar are divided into 2 main thematic areas, which is the diversification of tourism, promoting cultural heritage, and sustainable management of tourist destinations. We had 21 meetings so far. During our multi-annual work in cooperation with the thematic steering group, we had 7 project ideas adopted. All activities are within the work of our steering group, are adopted via consensus. And after adopting these project ideas, in cooperation with external experts, we developed projects, and now they are ready to apply for EU funds. I will mention the projects. First one is a green mapping, dealing with developing a macro-regional network of enterprises and clusters of sustainable tourism. We want to support creative industry networks, certifying EMAS and other initiatives. Also, we have the project Culture Air. We want to have unified methodology framework to track visitors' profiles, and the goal is to get an insight into behavior and satisfaction of visitors with cultural tourism offer. Third project is Des Air. We want to improve the quality of integrated sustainable management of tourist destinations and to develop programs of lifelong learning, developing of graduate studies within Eusair. Next project is Cruise Air. Main goal is to extend tourism to the whole year by developing special forms of tourism. I'm talking about cruises. We had action plans for management of destination for sustainable tourism in both maritime and continental destination. Fifth project is air cultural routes. We want to harmonize of tourist routes, focus on sustainable tourist routes, We want to have diversified, sustainable tourist products. Next project is Living the Sea. We want to digitalize cultural heritage of the fishing industry, create virtual tourist info points. And final project is Prodest Air. We want to establish models for flexible, smart management of tourist destinations, so that tourism in Adriatic and Ionian region would be more attractive and more resilient, and to create management of tourist destinations that will have a dynamic answer to all challenges. I have a couple of slides focused on our guidelines and rule books, and you will hear more about them from our experts in the upcoming presentations. For example, Participative Tourism Handbook. You have storytelling and tourism together. You have a handbook for development of gastrotourism in this region. We also have guidelines and recommendations for creating innovative tourism practices in the Adriatic-Ionian region. We also have surveys of visitors of this region. You have reports on tracking and evaluating Eusair within fourth pillar. We cooperated on this with our external experts, and we received very important knowledge bases on existing projects in sustainable tourism, on the stakeholders included in these initiatives and projects. And you will hear about that also later on. As every project, there is an obligation to communicate, to be visible about our activities. So besides engaging external experts for communication, we also drafted promo materials, and you will hear about them later on, and how we raise the level of visibility of Eusair. We have numerous events that we organized and we are proud of, international conferences and workshops. First was back in 2017 in Zagreb, called Present and Future of Sustainable Responsible Tourism. It was organized due to International Year of Sustainable Tourism. We had participants from 10 different countries, World Tourism Organization, from European Commission, and so on. Then in Loshin in 2018, we had workshop on cultural roots. We focused on olive roots. And we had participation representatives of the Council of Europe. Also, regarding our activities on visibility, we organized in 2019 Info Day. We had all those who were interested in participating, like national stakeholders. We presented our activities and goals of macro-regional strategy with focus on the priorities of the fourth pillar of the strategy. We also had workshops and conferences organized with our colleagues dealing with the implementation in other pillars of the strategy. So together with colleagues from the third pillar dealing with environmental protection, we had a joint conference with monitoring the protection in the environment. We had a workshop with second pillar for subgroup for transport on the topic of cycling tourism and tourist routes. This workshop was also organized in cooperation with the colleagues from the EU strategy for the Danube region, priority area 3, tourism, culture, and contact among people. Also, on behalf of the World Tourism Day, 27 September, we had a study visit to Međimurje in 2021, and also press conference for the members of FIJET Croatia, oldest and largest professional association of tourism journalists and writers. Our very successful conference was on the topic of redirecting tourism towards a sustainable green macro region in November 2021 in Rovinj, and also online during the pandemic. This conference was directly focused to tourism stakeholders in the Adriatic and Ionian region to strengthen capacities and to encourage partnerships for future joint projects. We had 140 participants, 25 presenters from the tourism sector, representatives of public institutions, regional, national authorities from the entire macro region. We also had working meetings. Previous period, we had 5 Eusair financial dialogues. These are meetings between the members of national Eusair steering structures, aka national coordinators, members of all 4 pillars of the strategy, representatives of steering bodies. We talked about possibilities of financing our strategic projects. Last year, within European Year of Young People, we had workshops with students from the Faculty of Tourism and Management of the American Rochester Institute of Technology in Dubrovnik. Also from another university, Libertas, we wanted to present the concept of EU macro regions and to present the strategy for Adriatic and Ionian region with focus of sustainable tourism. Following activities are about the implementation of activities of monitoring and evaluating the strategy. So we had capacity building workshops 2021, and last year in Plitvice Lakes. We also had representatives of all the ministries included in the strategies, experts for monitoring and evaluating. We wanted to share experiences from Eusair. Our cooperation with stakeholders from international organization was very successful. We were a part of 100 or so workshops, events, regional, national. One of maybe most important ones was held last year. As a part of the European Institution of Cultural Roots, we had Eusair panel, Sustainable Tourism Products on Sustainable Cultural Roots in Greece. We have a good cooperation with the colleagues from the Danube strategy, with whom we exchanged on several occasions our experiences and good practices. And we also call our colleagues from the Alpine or Baltic region to participate in our meetings. We also worked with colleagues from the European Hotels Association, Association of Tourism Employees, Euromonitor, other initiatives like UNUREC, Destinet, and other. And we cooperated with other stakeholders from the national and local level. We also participate in organization of expert panels, forums. In the last forum in Sarajevo, we organized a panel discussion on the topic of qualified workforce for sustainable tourism. And before that, in Tirana, we had a panel discussion about tourism through politics and trends. It is usual that every pillar during annual forums organizes its own thematic panel discussions. So we were following that model. Within cooperation with other pillars of the strategy, we had some project ideas. So fourth pillar approved 4 so-called cross-pillar projects. We had joint project with second pillar, subgroup for energy, STETAI. They want to develop a network of smart, sustainable tourism networks to develop alternative energy sources, again by applying international standards for sustainable development. Cross-pillar projects is also Adrian cycling routes. We want to develop Adriatic and Ionian cycling routes from Italy to Greece and to connect the coastline with hinterland and also with the Alpine region. Next cross-pillar project is Blue Culture, developed in cooperation with the first pillar. We want to develop macro-regional cluster of blue culture technology and to create international competence centers. And the last one is Adrianet. We are developing it in cooperation with the third pillar. We will be dealing with responsible management of tourism flows in protected areas, both in the coast and in hinterland. These are the most important activities that we have performed in the previous period. Now, we are working on revising the action plan. We need to redefine the priorities, and we want to modernize the strategy. We want to be ready for new challenges that we are facing with. New priority topics of the action plan will be related to green and digital transition and smart and sustainable tourism management. In accordance with the recommendations from our colleagues in the European Commission, action plan for tourism will be harmonized with EU policies and documents like transitional pathway for tourism and development plan for tourism by 2030. This would be all from me. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hvala gospođi Daniel. Mi nastavljamo.
Thank you, Ms. Daniel. We will continue, and I would like to remind you that after each presentation, if you would like to comment or if you have any questions for any of our presenters, please raise your hand and they will gladly answer any questions you might have. What do visitors think about the member states of Adriatic Union initiative? What do they expect? What would they like to explore? What could their hosts learn from the data that can be collected is something you will be able to hear from Ms. Latka Bilas from Notitia Zagreb company. Good afternoon, everybody. It is my honor and pleasure to give this presentation on behalf of the team working on this presentation on the attitudes of Eusair country visitors towards tourism. I will present to you in brief the methodology and main results of this study. So the study itself had 3 phases. First phase involved the development of methodology. We had desk research and primary research, like online questionnaire, where we wanted to see the attitudes of the visitors primarily focused on sustainable development, tourism. We intensely worked on this study through April and May 2023, so this year. The challenge was to collect the targeted sample that we defined together with the Ministry of Tourism and Sports. This is 2,500 respondents. We managed to get 2,513 respondents, 56% of which were women, highly educated as well, 53.1%, and most respondents were between 26 and 45 years old. It is important that the majority of respondents visited more than one country more than one Eusair country. The most visited countries were Italy, Greece, Slovenia, and Croatia. Also, it's important to mention that majority of respondents regularly visits some of Eusair country. In 2023, it is encouraging that 82% of them already visited some of these destinations, or they plan to visit them this year, and over 80% would also recommend visiting Eusair countries. And we will see that this is really important. When it comes to availability of information on destination or destinations of Eusair countries, I would like to emphasize that the study was focused on characteristics of Eusair region as a whole, but as you will see, the study took into account all heterogeneities of these countries, and we also drew some recommendations and conclusions from this. When it comes to information and availability of information about the destination, 45% of respondents said that this is very good. There is room for improvement. They mostly find information on social networks, internet ads, electronic articles, and as I said before, word of mouth is still very important source of information. The most common reasons for visiting are rest and relaxation, natural beauties, entertainment, coastal tourism, historical and cultural heritage, and conferences and workshops. When we analyzed the categories according to which the visitors of Adriatic Union region were mostly satisfied with, we saw that these were natural and landscape beauties, climate, kindness of the local population, historical and cultural heritage, local gastronomy, safety, food and drinking serving were equally ranked. Then different standards such as water quality, food safety, restaurant catering services, and so on. The least satisfaction was present in the following categories: local traffic, available parking lots, content for children, sustainable of tourist offer, the level of innovation of tourist products and services, everything that what we've already heard from previous speakers. And this is what should be and is the focus of macro strategy. When it comes to attitudes about sustainable development and tourism, the majority of respondents confirmed familiarity with the concepts of sustainable development and tourism. However, when assessing the dimension of sustainability, environmental, economic, and social, they were assessed as equally valuable. Later on, we analyzed what factors impacted the choice of accommodation, the destination, restaurant, transport, and so on. So, for example, we will see in conclusion later on, in all categories, the most important is the price. Although in all these categories, respondents, over 80% of them, stated that they would be willing to change their habits regarding the policies of sustainability when it comes to certain service providers. When choosing accommodation, the most important is the price, and the least important are facilities such as gyms, spas, swimming pools, food, drinks, and so on. When it comes to transport, the most important was practicality, the least important comfort. We will see later on that price is also very important. When choosing a destination, the most important are tourism attractions, natural resources, heritage, everything that is Adriatic Union region is rich in, and the least important, ecological footprint and awareness. Although I can say that there are positive trends, that respondents are open to changing their habits depending on the sustainability practices. As a conclusion, we could say that the price seems to be the most important common factor when choosing accommodation, transport, and destination. However, the respondents are willing to think about paying a higher price for an environmentally friendly tourism product or service, and also loyalty to brands that apply sustainable and environmental friendly practices. When it comes to habits of visitors, environmentally friendly practices, let's say, in their travels, they mentioned waste recycling, saving energy, and water conservation. I don't want to repeat myself. We've heard many times that in Adriatic Union region, these are mostly heterogeneous countries, 4 EU countries and 6 non-EU countries. They differ by size, population, population density from Italy to San Marino and so on. So when it comes to number of inhabitants and surface areas, San Marino has the highest population density among Adriatic Union region countries. Regardless that some projections of International Monetary Fund show that up to 2028 we could expect lower growth rates of GDP in Adriatic Union region countries, tourism significantly contributes to national economies of these countries in terms of creating jobs and creation of revenue. And this shows that the direct impact on GDP of tourism will increase by 2028, as well as the contribution to employment. As I mentioned already, on the basis of various methods used for development of this study, we also came up with some conclusions and recommendations. We grouped them in 5 groups. So strengthening cooperation and exchange of experiences and best practices, development of new, innovative, and recognizable tourist offers and year-round tourism, then promotion of the development of knowledge, skills, and competencies in accordance with the needs of the tourism sector, promotion of Eusair countries as sustainable tourist destinations, and promotion of safety in tourism, so resistance to various risks. We need to focus on crisis management and so on. All these recommendations are detailed in the study, and I hope this will be useful to you. We would like to thank our colleagues from the Ministry of Tourism and Sports once again for very constructive and pleasant cooperation. Thank you so much. Thank you. Are there any questions? If everything is clear, then I propose to move on. We will present to you the project of development of gastrotourism in this region. We will hear about this handbook for gastrotourism from Ms. Snežana Živodar-Boranić from Institute of Tourism. Hello, everybody. I would like to thank you on behalf of the Minister of Tourism that we had this opportunity along with the Minister of Tourism and Sports to work on this manual or this handbook. Why this handbook? Well, the increase of interest in food marks modern society. Food is all around us. Media is full of TV shows, competitions. The topic of food is all present. There we have chefs who are stars and so on. We are witnessing a growth of interest, which is not accidental. This is a reflection of social changes and familiarizing with food and with local cuisine is part of a touristic offer and experience. This also motivates travel. So today we have a growing segment of foodies, people who truly travel in order to learn about food, to try food, and everything related to food in the country they visit. What was the idea behind this handbook? So the idea was to provide a practical tool for the development of gastrotourism. It is aimed at all the ones participating in the development of gastrotourism. So tourist manufacturers, tourist offices, people working in the public sector, developing gastrotourism, and so on. What does the handbook contain? Well, in the introduction, we talked about the Adriatic Ionian region and the main objectives and users. Then we defined gastronomic tourism. We dealt with a theoretical framework. We dealt with the key market trends and success factors. Then we gave an overview of the role or importance of gastronomic tourism by countries in the Adriatic Ionian region. So how is this represented in documentation and promotion? And then we mentioned everything that is part of this gastrotourism. So we conducted an analysis of resources and attractions, what are legal frameworks, what products and services should be included, how to promote and brand, and how to distribute gastrotourism. We also gave examples of good practice in the countries of the Adriatic Ionian region, for which we believe are very interesting and can be very useful to everybody. And we concluded with recommendations for the sustainable development of gastrotourism. We would like to actually emphasize that gastrotourism is an experiential journey that includes much more than just visiting restaurants or food producers. These are also visits to festivals and food-related events, visiting farmers' markets, attending cooking classes, product tasting, and other food-related activities, which actually gives an ideal medium or opportunity to learn about other cultures and to gain new knowledge. Who are these foodies then, who travel mostly for food and wine? These are actually food lovers whose lifestyle is connected to enjoying in food, mostly young people, employed people between 30 and 50, but also family people and seniors. They're mostly highly educated and with above average incomes. These are guests who like authentic experiences and socializing. As you can see, this permeates their entire stay in this specific destination. Then we also gave an overview of the future of gastrotourism, and future is in line with everything that is happening on the gastro scene in general. That also implies use of healthy food, which means that the destination must pay attention to the availability of original local ingredients and an unpolluted environment. Wealth of different regional identities is also important. People are looking for uniqueness, originality, and so on. It is important to know about the past. And creativity is also important. Food is ideal for creative experiences. And these creative experiences are permeated with everything that evokes emotions, so smell, interiors, atmosphere, environment, stories. Gastrotourism in the Adriatic Ionian region, so looking at the plans of the countries of the Adriatic Ionian region, looking at how they promote themselves, we saw that the foundation of all this is, of course, sustainable tourism development. That's the only possible way, and this implies Expanding the palette of tourist products, development of gastrotourism. My colleague mentioned the high level of satisfaction with food and drinks in the countries of the Adriatic Union region, which testifies to this intense development in this area, because that's how we attract new market segments. We decrease seasonality, and this is what we want. What connects the countries of the Adriatic Union region? They share popular Mediterranean culinary tradition, which has been globally recognized, and in line with our social changes, which means the need for healthy life. Although there are differences in the development, in the level of development of gastrotourism, so Italy and Slovenia are very, very advanced in the development of this gastrotourism. Other countries follow in their footsteps, and they develop their strategies for the development of gastro offer, and they intensely promote their uniqueness. Also, I would like to emphasize specifically that gastrotourism goes beyond offering food, and it raises market recognition. The core of the experience is tasting food and consumption of food, but everything is based on the development of a destination concept, which means that we expand all the parts of this offer. We also organize festivals, manifestations, events, food-related events, markets, and so on. Guests have the opportunity to buy these local products. They can visit farmers' markets. We need to offer them typical gastro products, gastro souvenirs. It is important to have well-developed wineries, wine paths, wine roads. We can also present to them the story of wine and farms and so on. The possibility of presentation and visits. And of course, it's important for such visitors that they are looking for high-level service and good accommodation, and they're looking for high-quality destination products. When talking about identification of attractions and resources, this is an important phase that each country and destination needs to have and develop. What is it that we have? What is the raw material that we have, and which will be used to create an authentic gastro product? So activities, hotels, restaurants, bars, manufacturers, certificates. Well, what is our heritage? What are our specialties? What are our typical dishes? Do we have festivals that we can promote and improve? We need to interpret this through visitor centers and museums, and of course, farmers' markets that are very hip, fish markets, outdoor markets where you can feel the pulse of life, the rhythm of the local community. Then, of course, as we develop the product, we need to promote it, we need to brand and distribute it. This means that gastrotourism needs to be integrated into all promotional activities, and branding is based on creating messages and stories with values important to modern tourists. Simple, quality, seasonal, healthy. These are the key words that we need to mention and we need to brag with. And there are numerous tools at our disposal, specialized portals, bloggers, vloggers, Instagram. Food is very Instagrammable, photogenic, and distribution. Everything is in this handbook. We also mentioned direct sales, indirect sales that can be used. And in the end, which is what is very, very important, is that this is not only a phrase or something written on the paper, but gastrotourism should be based on local heritage, quality, and sustainability. And also the countries of the Adriatic Union region share numerous values that connect them. This is the table culture that still exists here. It is true. There's also hospitality, original tastes that have been preserved, customs, environment. Everything needs to be preserved, protected, and told about through emotional and understandable stories. So this is what this handbook is about in short, and I'm sure it will be interesting to you. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Ms. Životer Boranic. We started with gastrotourism, and next step and the next idea for a higher level, or what has become a standard in tourist offer, is something you will hear about, well-being tourism in the region, also as a handbook from Institute for Tourism. Please welcome Ms. Renata Tomljenović.
Dobar dan i lijepi.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. You're probably asking yourselves, again, another form of tourism, well-being tourism, along with other special interest tourism areas. But if we want to have tourism more than counting the number of visitors, and that is something tourism should be. If we want for tourism to raise the quality of the level of quality of life of our citizens, then we have to see tourism as a power that can change our futures for the better and that can ensure planetary survival. And in this context, we need to think about well-being tourism. This handbook is for everyone, but especially for 4 basic groups: for young people and students, entrepreneurs, that we should provide, who we should provide with new ideas, and they are a part of tourism system. Then policymakers, in order for them to create a regulatory framework and to provide financial incentives, and of course for organizations for destination management, for them to see what the tourism offer is and to develop further this tourism and to move away from simply counting the number of visitors. I have around 10 slides, but I see you're a bit sleepy. So I want to try another tactic. I won't be showing the slides. What the handbook should do, it should provide you with basic information, knowledge, and a tool how to develop tourism offer, especially for well-being tourism, and it should inspire you. And what is well-being tourism? I will show you the definition. So well-being tourism, so this is type of tourism when you leave your habitat. It's a type of tourism that encourages you to supports, maintains physical health, but also your spiritual health, health of the mind and soul. And it is based on constant interaction with the environment. And we have something that is called well-being index. It's not only the invention of the tourism sector, it is based on the well-being definition and the fact that in the paradigm of sustainability, well-being is the final result of our economic development, and not only simply to follow the GDP and to think of it as the king and to submit and put everything behind but mere economic output. If you're actively listening to me, now you're probably wondering, what is the difference between well-being tourism and wellness tourism? I haven't found an adequate translation of the word wellness in Croatian language. But if it's not clear, scientific publications have not provided a definite answer. They say, some of them say that well-being And wellness, for example, wellness is a more narrow definition, and well-being covers more definitions and terms. Of course, well-being is more understandable than mere wellness. And wellness, according to some research, wellness is individual. It requires complicated and financially complicated infrastructure, uses a lot of resources, especially in resorts. It needs pampering. Well-being is focused on active, on simple, natural, focused on altruism. It is more focused on personal development. And what's important with well-being tourism, it is always interacting with the local community. Benefits of well-being tourism. I won't be talking about well-being tourism a lot. I just want to present you the basic facts. It promotes holistic health. Holistic health cannot be achieved if you do not have healthy environment. You can't have a healthy individual without environment which is also quality and healthy. It is also sustainable, and it goes beyond sustainability because it refers to both individual and local community and the intersection of these 2 points. Why is well-being tourism and not wellness tourism? Our task was to develop well-being tourism handbook, but we at our institute, we are always trying to explain things logically. What is important for the Adriatic Ionian region and results from its strategy is innovation in the core of the strategy, or the 4th pillar, sustainable tourism. It also encourages local, and it is a long-term strategies. Well-being cannot be achieved instantly, and to have a destination of well-being, it needs a continuous and long-term process. So you need financial investment. What is common, we were involved in 5 out of 7 flagship projects. What is important in tourism in the Adriatic and Ionian region, we need to understand it as a single destination. And in that sense, we want to see what is common for that area. When we talk about the context of well-being tourism, first of all countries from this region have a tradition of caring about health by using natural factors. We're talking about thermi or spa or something similar. Also, all countries from this region have their all recently new tourism strategies. They have health tourism, wellness tourism, well-being tourism are all present, more or less. Countries which are not EU members are still having problems. They do not know how to modernize their thermi, their spa, and they do not know about the offers and opportunities in the area of well-being tourism. EU members have more developed wellness offerings, and hand in hand, of course, well-being tourism. What we have is a spectrum of different products. So you can learn how to run marathons in the Dolomites. You can visit different retreats in the Adriatic and Ionian region, yoga, Reiki, vegetarianism. You can volunteer. And this is all a part of the well-being philosophy. Consult the handbook. It is in English and I think translated into Croatian. It has 6 chapters. We have definitions in that handbook. And then you have an overview of well-being tourism in this region. So it is for informing the stakeholders on what is well-being tourism and what you can use it for and where is it already present in the countries of this region. 4th chapter provides a more practical approach for those who want to start working in this well-being tourism. We have examples from the Adriatic and Ionian region. We have example of retreats, spa, and so on. And the last chapter has conclusions and recommendations. Handbook is available in PDF form at the ministry web pages. And I think also on the web pages of the strategy for the Adriatic and Ionian region. I hope it will be useful for you. Thank you very much. Thank you to Mrs. Tomljenovic. I'm certain you became interested in this topic. Thank you very much for the ideas and for the presentation about the newest tourism trends. We will continue with innovations, how we can improve tourist offer within the 4th pillar in this region. We will hear about innovations in tourism. We will hear from the director of the institute, Mrs. Tishman. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, my colleague was supposed to give the presentation, but she fell ill, so I will try to present this from the Institute for the Development of International Relations. We were a part of monitoring and evaluating sustainable tourism from the very beginning, and we research what is innovation in tourism and how we can improve the situation in the Adriatic and Ionian region. What did we do? It wasn't an interesting research. We didn't have sustainability indicators and so on, you know, sexy indicators. Or green or footprint or energy efficiency or so on. But we managed to establish a system. We counted stayings, overnight stays, investments, and so on. At the very beginning of our work in this part, first we created a knowledge base. We collected all research related to sustainable tourism in the region. We identified all stakeholders that could have some information. Then we analyzed we performed a qualitative and then quantitative analysis of the current state. We received from the experts who managed the monitoring and evaluating of Eusair strategy. We received the framework for performing this analysis and indicators. We got predefined indicators of context, We had 3 indicators, output indicators, what was achieved through the project, indicators of results, of effect, management of EU share of 4th pillar, and some other cross-sectoral indicators. Our work was on an annual basis, so every year we monitored the results for all the countries in the entire region. And this was a challenge in lieu of data and manner of data collection. So we decided that we will use all the data available in Eurostat. Socioeconomical indicators, so population, GDP, global competitiveness index, employment and unemployment rate, youth unemployment rate, people at risk of poverty or social exclusion, so on. What is interesting for tourism, sustainable tourism, are context indicators. We got them predefined. So we have GDP, tourism share in GDP per country. This is also employment in tourism. We managed to introduce this indicator. So indicator of UNESCO World Heritage location, which is important for sustainable tourism. And we heard that this could be something that would encourage further tourism development towards sustainability. We identified some good practices, and we show that the number of such locations has increased in the region within the last few years. What was interesting for us was analysis of all projects financed from different programs in the Adriatic and Ionian region. Very important was that we went through all national, regional operative programs, all projects that have this sustainable tourism component, cross-border cooperation, Interreg Mediterranean. In total, 313 projects financed within that period from different sources, in total value of around 700 million euros. Later on, I will go back to this table. We checked these projects. We wanted to also identify the innovation indicator. We identified transnational networks about tourism products. Their number was unchanged as far as we could figure out in these last few observed years. Results indicators, we're talking about visits, number of beds. In this period, we can see this corona effect, COVID effect. Economic indicators in this observed period have returned to their old state, but tourism indicators are still not at the level, pre-COVID level. We observe them by countries. You can see it on the graph. And you can also see this data at the webpage of Ministry of Tourism and Sport. Number of overnight stays, a contribution of tourism to the GDP, employment in tourism, consumption of tourists who visit for several days, number of visitors, a number of filled out capacities. And we observe them by all countries members of Eusair strategy. what was defined for us as cross-sectoral indicator, not only related to tourism, but also for the other pillars: innovation effect, transnational networks, and employment. We linked that for all areas of action. We received another task, innovation in tourism. We performed this task in several ways. Desktop research, our observations, innovations were observed through several components: planning and realizing of tourism destinations, innovations in structures, innovations related to local community. This was very important for development, especially if we want to have sustainable tourism. How this looked like? If you remember, in those 313 projects that we processed, in 88 of them, we identified innovations related to sustainable tourism, and by individual calls, operational programs, national, regional level, they are more related to infrastructure. But still, we identified innovative projects related to tourism, infrastructure in tourism, in Inter-Adria, Interreg, cross-border programs. In Mediterranean, there are a lot of projects with innovation components in tourism. When thinking about, especially for you who are decision makers, it is important when creating programs of cooperation in the upcoming periods, you need to emphasize this component to create programs where it will be visible. We tried to create a survey in member countries. What is innovation in tourism? How much is it recognized? How the stakeholders deal with it? Results were not impressive. So some of our conclusions are that more education is needed to learn what innovation is in tourism. Here we divided our projects that we additionally analyzed to show something is happening and tools for improvement in the future. Most innovations are in innovative processes of management of Eusair destinations. This is logical because projects were focused on that. Some of the topics were emphasizing tourist destinations, so we had innovative models. Also, as good practice examples, in most of these innovations, this was due to programs which financed the projects related to virtual presentation of cultural and natural heritage as an element of tourist offer. This is something that was present in previous calls. So we need to develop that and new innovative practices. And I'm certain there is space for that in the gastro area and other areas. What are the conclusions? COVID pandemic did a lot of damage, and it was a problem for us in the Eusair region. It showed that our tourism is still not sustainable, and It made us deal with this topic more. What was interesting to us as researchers, we managed to create a monitoring system on the region level, and we transferred it to other pillars, not only in tourism, through educational workshops. We had an opportunity to be with the stakeholders on a region level to emphasize the importance of monitoring, not as an oversight, but as a way of improving our decision-making process. We learned that we are still not active enough for innovation in tourism. What we also learned that there are the 3 macro-regional strategies that have impressive results in innovations in tourism. And besides our connection within the US region, we need to connect more with other 4 macro-regional strategies, because they have things we can implement in our region. Thank you for your patience. Thank you to my colleagues from the Ministry of Tourism. It was really a joy to work with you, and I am looking forward to our future work. Thank you very much.
Hvala gospođi Tišma.
Thank you, Ms. Tišma. Useful advice is to look at the others and use it as inspiration. How to promote such strategies, how to focus, actually how to make professionals and everybody else focus on such projects. And such projects should serve to improve the service and functioning, or the ways that strategy can develop. This is something we will hear from communication expert Andrija Rudić on promotion and media visibility of Eusair strategy. Thank you. Dear colleagues, welcome, and thank you for the opportunity, especially Senka. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about communication on pillar of sustainable tourism of the Eusair strategy. I would like to start mentioning the people who worked on it, Ms. Biljana Begic and myself. We worked on the communication strategy that existed at the level of the strategy. We wanted to transfer it to Croatian context and make it understandable. Because when you say strategy in the media, you lose audience. Therefore, we tried to take this meta language of the strategy and of the EU institutions to translate it to the lowest possible level of communication, but not to make it too profane. We wanted to familiarize our readers, listeners, and our audience in general. We created strategic partnerships with the media and established strategic partnerships with stakeholders. And of course, we have had a really good communication with the ministry, and we wanted to make everything close to any observer. I will show you a video about the importance of the strategy for each of us.
My name is Matija Pavlovčić. I'm working for the Eusair facility point in Slovenia. I find the macro regions very appealing. I strongly believe in the cooperation between the countries. It's a nice organizational structure that enables us to cooperate between the countries of the European Union and non-European Union countries, exchanging the knowledge, building the capacities, and focusing on commonly achieving the common goals. Speaking about the areas, we need to focus on the areas that are interesting for the citizens, for the citizens of all the 10 countries, and also for, let's say, for each country from the political level. In this sense, to see where the needs, where the common grounds, also to focus on the strong points of each country, and all the time have in mind working together and achieving our, let's say, common issues in a flexible way.
Dakle, to je nešto što smo...
So this is something that we published on our social media. Eusair facility point. And I must say that for 3 years we have been working on this. And in Sarajevo, we celebrated the 3rd anniversary of our joint work, the Ministry of Tourism, our team, and on these goals. But when we were taking over, this was in the middle of COVID pandemic, and it was easier for us to work at the time because the media was hungry for information. Nothing was happening, and we had greater access to the media that were craving for specific content, and there were no gatherings, there were no people coming together. Media were open to any information, and even screenshots from Zoom were good enough, which is unbelievable for today's media. So, due to the lack of, when talking about strategy, so there are no specific results for individual citizens for us to come out to the media. So at the lack of concrete, what does it mean for me moments, we use the advantage that we had, which is the access to any possible information through presentations of the European Commission, people from the European Commission. We have Mr. Tokarski here, who always, although he didn't know this, he always provided content that we would then place in the media. So after 2 years of work, everything became open again, but now the problem was to come out to the media, to reach the media, because suddenly everybody wanted to meet. There was a boom of information, and of course we had to fight for our place in the media. But as we worked on strategic partnerships with the media for 2 years and with our stakeholders who regularly published about the activities of sustainable development and the pillar of sustainable development of the strategy, we had access to the media, and I have to thank to everybody who followed us, and especially the media. I will mention them later on. I have to mention something a young man, Aljon from Slovenia, said at the conference in Izola, where we created this video. He said that macro-regional strategies are not sexy. Not sexy means that they're not the topic that can be sold to the media easily, and one needs to be skilled on how to transfer this to the media. We managed to do that. Since 2020, when we started working, so in June Actually, we signed the contract in May, so we had 341 posts in 34 months. This is an extremely good result. Looking at previous posts on Eusair strategy, when we came up with our plan, one of the colleagues from the Ministry of Tourism said that it's very ambitious. I'm happy we managed to meet all our objectives. These are media outlets that covered everything we wanted to publish. They're related to tourism and business, user strategy and sustainable tourism, everything related to business and cannot be communicated to the lowest level, to average reader and viewer. However, we need to use the general media that will cover this because they will reach stakeholders or people involved in the development of tourism and tourist offices and so on. I would especially like to thank the Association of Entrepreneurs in Hotel Industry and the Association of Cities. They covered everything we wanted to share, and the Association of Croatian Travel Agencies. They also included our news in their newsletters. These are some articles from very well-known Croatian media outlets: Leader, Večernji List, Association of Cities, Association of Entrepreneurs in Hotel Industry in Croatia, and we also had official websites of the Ministry of Tourism, followed by tourism media. I have to mention that Eusair Facility Point has 2 official websites, and this is a problem. One has more followers, the other has less, but we had to publish on both. This is actually dispersion of focus, but our recommendation for the future is for everything to be focused on one website, and the other one that exists should be maybe focused on the first one. We have reached 172 subscribers for our newsletters. This was a challenging plan for me. I wanted to reach 200 people, but so far we have published 8 newsletters, and by the end of the project there will be 10. And if you're our subscribers, you will soon receive this. If you're not, please subscribe the website of the Ministry of Tourism. And now I want to play something else on the activities, how we cover them in the social media.
prosječnom gledatelju.
The average viewer or consumer of information, the topic of capacity building was packaged into nice frames of Plitvice lakes. And I hope we managed to gain your attention as well. I would like to thank all the women from the Ministry of Tourism and Sport and thank them for the excellent cooperation. Ms. Blanka Bilošević, who is now retired, Ms. Vlasta Klarić, who is also retired now, Ms. Senka Daniel, Ms. Adriana Relja, and Iva Pleša Čaleta. Thank you all. I will not talk about recommendations because somebody else will do so. Maybe they will engage us to work on the strategy again. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rudic. He focused primarily on communication in his lecture. Very demanding topics that are mostly aimed at experts and interested public, that is sometimes less open, that might not confirm whether they received the information that you wanted to give them. When it comes to communication with final users, broader audience, and all the ones to whom everything that is happening in the tourism sector is aimed at, and the fourth pillar of the strategy for the Adriatic Ionian region. We will hear a short story about dancers on thorns. This is a legend about this.
koja će im dati snage da prebrode sve nevolje.
Moramo napisati vi. Jušto.
Ovo je najstariji trnoplesar koji živi u Americi. Došao si vidjeti svoju legendu. Pa dobrodošli u naš svijet. Dobrodošli u storytelling.
Što se krije iza
What is behind this legend and what is storytelling? We will hear from Ms. Manuela Hrvatin from History Development Agency. Thank you for the invitation. They only gave me 15 minutes, could you believe that, before lunch? But you can stay for longer and I can tell you more about storytelling. I'm just kidding. I have a handbook here in my hand. You can find it on the link of the Ministry of Tourism, the website of the Ministry of Tourism. Eusair Project Facility Point gave the opportunity to Istra in Spirit to develop this handbook. At the time, we were not very delighted by this, but this is something that everybody should read right now. This is part of our practice. This is not only theory. We had 928 performances. And I would like to thank Interreg and the Ministry of Tourism and women who recognized the importance of this. The Eastern Spirit, so Blanka, Belošić, Vlasta Klarić, Senka Daniel, and now Eva Pleše Čaleta. So people are important. They recognize this, so we included all this into this handbook. My colleagues from my agency are not here because they need to work on the organization. We have Casanova tour today, and all of you women today have to see this Casanova tour. You have to see how he's charming, and he will charm you in Eusair. So we started working on all this 11 years ago, and now you have many interpretation walks, interpreters of heritage. Everybody wants to be historical figures, right? Well, we were pioneers in all this. We did it strategically, and in the Istria County Administrative Department for Tourism said, yes, we will invest into something like this. So the handbook has many things in it, but it's not only about storytelling. I have to read how media called us. Experiential tourism, transformational tourism, cultural tourism, product, interpretation of heritage, thematic trip, costume, trips, travel through time, performances, innovative tourism product, economy of experience, interactive multi-language stories, theater performance, authenticity, and something completely different. Could you imagine this? We are great. I'm no longer project manager. It is very important that I was able to transfer this to my students at the Juraj Dobrila University. I animated and motivated my students, and when one can see that somebody has this sparkle in their eye and they want to become involved, then this means we got them. So we could include them into this Israel Spirit project, and we have students who are much more able in all this than we are. So we called this a storyteller. This was not very popular at the time, but look at our goat with a crown, traveling through time, witness of time. This is an educator, entertainer. There's an olive branch. It talks about food, about everything. So 9 experiences were there at the beginning for a year. We died out there in the field to do all this. You can read everything about this in the handbook. We had all steps in place. And when somebody said, people will copy you, and we said, let them do it. We worked 24/7. So this is storyteller. Travel through time. We tell a story. And wherever you see a goat, you know something crazy, innovative, and different will happen, and that we will tell a story. And this was the mission of this project. Everything that was locked in drawers, from stories, legends. We included that into a tourist product. Yes, there were many locals coming. Yes, that's the point. Our people to understand our culture and heritage. We want our private renters, local community, people, we want them to become future ambassadors who are going to tell their guests to come and visit our programs. Yes, but sometimes in tourist office they would tell us there were too many locals. It doesn't matter. And now we have foreigners coming, tourists coming. Please don't raise a hand that you visited and some of the in-spirit programs. So here we have a story about Morgan, about wealth. We don't know if Morgan Henry truly visited Vigrad, but when you hear this story, hear the message you will understand how interesting this event is. So participatory. It always needs to be participatory. Many stakeholders, a lot of work, a lot of effort, a lot of networking to create something. And if it doesn't start with the local community, it will not come to life. What do you think? What project was unsuccessful? One legend, very well known. Juraj Grando, first European vampire. We didn't manage to bring him to life. And everything is in the drawers. But the only reason was that local community is not interested in this legend. So we must not impose anything. But storytelling, is it powerful? Is it? Scientists say this. So when this dopamine in the brain, when you feel the rush of this dopamine, when you're interested, you're all listening to me. You're not on your cell phone, so your dopamine is high. Is it true? So when you come to Easter in spirit, this is what happens. You leave happy, sometimes sad due to some tragedies, but you're educated, you see cultural heritage, and you were not burdened by it. And that's it. Imagine at the beginning we had the cost was 27 euros. Now it's for free because tourist offices now pay for that. So I will not tell you about storytelling. You know what it is. All the definitions are in there. We went to Edinburgh to a storytelling festival, and when we told them about the legends and stories in Croatia, they told us this is not true storytelling. But in Istria, for the past 11 years, there were 1,000. And this year, we have 40 performances. So for 1,000 times, we performed something related to our heritage. You see these icons. Everything is accompanied by a good design. Each icon means something, and this is me. I can be important. I might have been important at the beginning, but everything around me was also important. What I mentioned at the beginning, participatory, to think in a participatory way how to create a destination product. And you see all this. Ministry of Tourism had to help, a Croatian tourism office as well, local communities, all professors, all schools and agencies and so on. Thousands of meetings we had. But this is the only way to create something. And this is the only way for people to come to us and tell us, we want some kind of in spirit. We are like a fabric, like a factory, you know. And they tell us, hello, hello, we have a story. We want you to come up with it. And yes, we can do that. Also, without people working with me, again, women, as you can see, mostly women. Director who was multi-practical, Morena Slavica. People working in all this, who work 24/7, are the ones who created all this. But without actors, associations, and students and so on, we also had some enemies, but this is the topic for another conference. It is also mentioned in the handbook. You have to have authentic locations, atmosphere, all story and all this. But there are also some moments when you fail, when there's a virus, there are financial problems and so on. And then Muhammad doesn't come to the mountain, mountain comes to the Muhammad, and we go to hotel owners and they help us. But in the hotel parks, these are not authentic locations. We could only tell Istrian stories. There's no Shrek or Disney, but only the monsters from Istria, fairies, sirens, and so on. We tell about stories, about experience, and interpretation walks. So everything is described in the handbook. Thorn dancers, you saw at the beginning. We worked on this for 9 months. And in the end, everybody wanted to be involved in this legend, in Thorn dancers. So The whole city wanted to be part of this. We found so many stories and costumes and so on. This is a church legend, and it wasn't easy to bring it to life, but the bishop gave us the permission. It wasn't easy to bring all this to life. How he created miracles, and in the end it happened that he was expelled, and he said, "Dance, you should dance on thorns until you repent." And Pope realized that he's a miracle worker, he let him come back, and so on. What is important is that you saw that people came back. We all cried in the end. And the most important thing is that children participated in all this. Why? Because children with these emotions in their early childhood, whatever they do in their life, they will remember this experience. Children should always participate, be in costume, because they are future managers, decision makers, and so on, future workers in tourism, and they will remember this experience from their childhood. Of course, I mentioned the Casanova tour. It's happening today in Eusair and almost every week. Phases of the project, when it was people had to pay for it and when they didn't have. I have many conclusions, but also there's a letter in this handbook when Taleb Rifai came through the Ministry of Tourism. Do you remember when he said, "Oh my God, what is happening in this Istria? There's storytelling at every step." And he told us, bravo, bravo for raising the quality of the community and for creating all this. And this was a great letter from him. We are featured in the book with the most beautiful 100 stories of the world. And Istra in Spirit, which means inspiration, of course, is a methodology that ensures contact with local community. This is a learning. It reveals what has been forgotten and hidden. It creates new ecosystem of the community. Equalizing the opportunities of the green and the blue, so maritime and continental, through story, so simple and such a strong tool, storytelling, for forming the future of our tourism. Use it. A successful cultural and touristic product can be created based on history, cuisine, forgotten story, work. You can reveal philosophy, mosaics, characters, people, palpable, material and immaterial heritage. Ensure interactive experience, and you will be successful. In Spirit is with you.
Hvala gospođi Hrvati.
Thank you to Mrs. Hrvatin for this story from Istria. And we reached the end of the story about the fourth pillar of the strategy, about the fifth pillar, which is focused on issues of social dimension. We will continue with that. We will hear from the State Secretary, Mr. Ivan Vidic, from the Ministry of Work, Pension System, Family and Social Politics. Hello, everyone. Welcome, everyone. And thank you to my colleague for a really interesting presentation. I have to admit that she got my attention. I would just like to tell you about the narrative, which is important to us. We want to see it in the strategy. And this is this social component that our ministry would like to see as a part of this fifth pillar. You know, at the EU level, we are a member state which really focuses on the social aspect. This region has more than 70 million people, so we must not neglect this social aspect. We as a government, as a ministry, we made a lot of steps forward in this social component. We have challenges which are unique to us, but on the other hand are common for all EU member states. We are talking about demographic challenges, digitalization challenges, green transformation, although we are a relatively small member state. Not with small capacities, but we have knowledge and experience to offer. You know, we are in charge for implementation, but we have a number of projects, very successful examples that we would like to see also in this entire macro region, but also in other participant countries which are not EU members. And we hope we have provided our assistance in this social convergence. This panel discussion will be led by my colleagues who are project managers and really experts in this area, and I believe these are very useful experiences. We can be proud how much we have to show. I will not be here during the entire panel discussion. I have to go to the Croatian Parliament, but these changes are very important, and it is hard to find real right framework for all these changes. But I hope we will show some of the solutions that we provided for these issues, which are common to all countries. And we as a ministry are available during the implementation of this fifth pillar in the strategy. Thank you very much. I will remain here some time. I always like to hear my colleagues speak. Thank you to Mr. Vidic. No better promo than you staying behind to hear what participants have to say. We have from the Ministry of Work Pension System, Mr. Milicevic. He will present his guests. Hello. We are a bit late. I don't know whether we should, if we voted, probably most of you would be in favor of lunch, but we will try to be quick. So please have some patience. We will have my colleagues from Croatian ministries who are actively participating in these topics. First, Mr. Mislav Kovac from Ministry of Regional Development. Please give him an applause. Colleague Irena Bacelic from the Ministry of Labor. Milena Koren, please sit there. So I have a place to sit. Mirena Koren from the Ministry of Labor. She deals with social inclusion. Mirna Štajduhar from the Ministry of Science and Education. I will join you here. Please turn on the mic. Sorry, but we can't hear. How did you get this idea? First idea came from you through different conversations 2 or 3 years ago. Can you describe the path from the idea from today to today? Hello to everyone. Thank you for these kind words. I did not expect that, but all this entire fifth pillar is the result of teamwork, different resources, different ministries. How did we came up with the idea? We agreed on the strategy level to start revising action plan we thought about the priorities, both Croatian and regional ones, and what we can change. Taking into account all the circumstances surrounding us, we realized that this strategy was quite oriented towards big projects, infrastructural projects, which are multi-annual and are difficult to implement. We realized that this infrastructure, if there are no beneficiaries, that it makes no sense. We came up with the idea to propose a pillar which will deal with social issues, the fifth pillar, and communicating with your ministry, we created a plan to present to all countries this fifth pillar. We had 2 workshops. I have to thank Bosnian presidency over Eusair, which provided us with an opportunity to present our ideas. We had several workshops on a technical expert level, and all the countries during this annual forum in Sarajevo gave or green-lighted this idea. We are waiting for nomination from experts for this pillar, and this will become really a new pillar for cooperation and new projects in our region. It seems to me that this is an idea which received overall support. These topics are close to everyone. You can find these topics in other macro-regional strategies. Danube, you have these topics, which are present in 3 pillars. You can see the significance of these topics. I think that the consensus was never in question. It was only important to see exact areas of cooperation so that we could do something and not only talk about doing something. Thank you, Mislav. We can expect this working group to start working during the summer, and then in autumn we will get some proposals about the goals. But without the working group, we asked our colleagues to join this panel discussion. They are policy experts for the area of employment, social inclusion, and education. They can share with us what is Croatia doing at this moment, what processes is Croatia implementing, and where do they see the possibilities for transnational cooperation. Irena, you can start for the area of employment. What is currently the topic in Croatia? Hello to everyone. I would say that our ministry, especially Directorate for the Labor Market and Employment, is agile. Our mission is to ensure quality workforce for our economy. This is a big challenge in all the contexts that we heard about on the labor market. And I believe that through different types of cooperation, we can improve our future steps. What we are doing right now is a lot. I will just give you the basic topics. First, we are thinking about how to ensure quality workforce by gaining new skills. Skills are in our focus because we know that big changes happening on the labor market affect the fact that we do not have enough skills. And workforce does not have the skills necessary for the economy. So we started with a new story. You know that Croatia has made a big step forward compared to the other EU member states. We can share experiences. We created a voucher system, a new model, providing adult education. It has shown to be an excellent model during its first year of implementation. What's important for us, we are providing support the whole time in cooperation with the educational system. In this synergy, we ensure quality educational programs. We are even thinking about storytelling vouchers. We are monitoring the market's needs. We are seeing what the labor market needs, and then we finance those needs to ensure that people will gain those skills they are lacking in to be able to find their own place on the labor market. Can I just add something? Besides vouchers, which are focused on specific beneficiaries, you also have other initiatives which are not so focused on individuals, but are focused on the system. Portal for monitoring the labor market, so on. They all enable us to have a quality monitoring of the labor market. When talking about skills, I think skills are in Italy, Greece, Macedonia, Croatia, are not the same. The model that we have been developing for the last 3 years, we will continue to develop it. This is our labor market portal. This is a prerequisite for developing this voucher system and other policies related to the labor market. And by developing big project from ESF, we have managed to develop a portal which contains all information from the education system, social policies, labor market, and also the pension system. And in that way, we have data on salaries. And in that way, we can provide an overall picture of the labor market for all beneficiaries, but also for the public and the experts. And every system can create its own system. We have also regional data. We can see the demand in the south or in Slavonia, and we can follow those needs, and we can timely react. We have a huge number of data thanks to exchange with our other stakeholders, education system and secondary and tertiary education system, Croatian Employment Bureau. All this data are connected, and these data are of high quality. What we are developing right now, on the basis of this system, we make predictions. This is a new challenge, and we see an opportunity to exchange experience. I talked with my colleagues who, let's say, interpreters of such professions feeling threatened by the AI. I think these skills will be very important. You have to take into account, if we have a revolution in our hands on the labor market, we need to prepare for it. I think you agree with it. Yes, absolutely. I think we have to be aware that everyone needs this information so you can timely adapt to the changes. There is a change. There are no other possibilities. This is the only challenge we are facing. And I think this is also value. Thank you, Irena. Milena, same question. What is currently happening in Croatia regarding social inclusion and the possibilities of transnational cooperation?
Hello, everybody. Philip, I would answer your question with a counter question. I'm not sure what is not happening. I think it's easier to say what is not happening and what we did not have enough time to do, but it doesn't mean that we will not do. So the entire social care system has continued with reforms. Some have advanced, and the goal is to include the most vulnerable groups. We do meet the challenges, demographic challenges. We answer to these challenges. There are also the issues of poverty and social exclusion. The most vulnerable groups and the challenges they face, people with disabilities, children, the elderly, children at risk of poverty and social exclusion, victims of domestic violence, people who are part of national minorities, and so on. So all these changes are part of the reforms of the system, and they're focused on all vulnerable groups. And there are two main directions. So the focus on the system and institutions in the reforms, and focus on the reforms and expansion of social services, social innovations, out-of-institution services, deinstitutionalization on the one hand, and on the other, reforms related to social benefits. And colleagues and all ministries are involved, and now, together with the integrated approach, we can create a better story related to our vulnerable groups. In the sense of transnational cooperation, I know there are many projects in Croatia focused on victims of violence with Roma people. These are some experiences, and it would be interesting to see such type of projects and on a wider scale. Yes, there is the possibility of transnational cooperation, just as you said, for these groups, vulnerable groups, but also for other vulnerable groups, from the elderly. There was a program for women. This was a good social innovation, an inclusion of women who were unemployable. We provided services in some remote areas. So the neighboring countries have the same issues, and maybe we could try and find some new models and innovative practices to be able to provide services and connect states or countries in our surrounding. Yes, it's an integrated approach. It includes education, of course, healthcare system as well. Without local government units, nothing will happen. They're also of key importance in NGOs that always bring novelties and transfer these new models, and they're creative in their presentation. Mirna, a question for you. Education is also one of the hot topics. In some previous conversations, we touched upon vocational education and adult education as two key components, but what is currently happening in Croatia, especially when it comes to these two sectors, vocational and adult education, and where do you see the opportunities for cooperation? Maybe you could tell us more about some projects. Thank you, Philip. As the colleague said, the cooperation of different departments is very important in different sectors. Social inclusion, everything is closely related, and it seems to me that we have had a good collaboration throughout the years, given the topics that we have covered. Currently, the education system is focused on preschool education and primary education. Due to a low rate of attendance of preschool education, we are at 79%. The EU is at 92%. And we are trying to deal with these preconditions, the construction of kindergartens and one-shift schools through different funds that Croatia has at its disposal through National Plan for Recovery and Resilience, 250 million euros, and through competitiveness and cohesion for construction, additional 145 million. also for the construction of primary schools. So currently this is our focus. We want to fulfill these preconditions because these early years are important for employability and for the continuation of education and for their academic success. This is our current basis, something that we work on, but also vocational education and adult education. You also know this, that this has existed since the previous period, and exchange of experience, networking with other countries are also important, and different sectors. So networking in the previous period, I'm talking about financial perspective 2014-2020, European Social Fund. So there were various projects from the Ministry of Tourism, sector of tourism, led by the Ministry of Tourism, where they already networked with some other countries, but also other sectors were involved. In this period, we want to increase this cooperation with employers as well. And practical skills are also important. Training at work is also important, practical work, and gaining experience in some other knowledge, in some other countries. And all this is important for vocational education for students to gain practical skills. And adult education builds on this. And with the Ministry of Labor, we work on these vouchers on acquisition of skills of adult learners in order to increase the share of adult people in education. I think you have some sort of division. There's this standardization of programs where they can become part of this wider qualification framework. You work with the Ministry of Education, and you use the measures of active employment. Yes, the ministry tells us what the employers need, and the Ministry of Education then knows what it needs to include into the curriculum. And this is a transnational cooperation. So these pedagogical principles and methods and how to acquire the skills that are needed. So this also goes for vocational education and adult education, so digital skills and so on. Yes, for example, the cooperation was important during the pandemic and the Ukrainian crisis. So there were recommendations. How can they work with students from Ukraine, or the concept of the teaching process? And we used examples of other countries and how they do this. We, as Croatia, when Carnet and e-schools and digital education were some of the examples of good practice, and some other countries use this on how to access all this. So this exchange is important in all segments. I agree. I would like to use this opportunity to say that in the previous 2 years, we talked about embedding a lot, or embedding of macro-regional strategies into mainstream programs of the European Union. And there were a lot of challenges there. We talked about this a lot. There were many models, good practice examples. Some are quite advanced. In Croatia, we allowed partnerships because we didn't have that in the period 2014-2020, but now we have partnerships on the programs, targeted calls, not on all calls, but some calls that fit into the goals of macro-regional strategies, and we did this for Danube, Adriatic, and Ionian region. We found some elements regarding skills, so we embedded this, and of course we will revise the program when this fifth pillar is adopted. Then we will have more opportunities there. But this is also one example how we could, and we would like to use this practice as a good example and implement it on the level of the macro region. And we want to implement this embedding in the real sense of the world. But how to implement it, how to use it in macro-regional strategies. So maybe to go back to you, and then we would like to conclude with your final comment? After hearing all this, is there a message on how things will develop in the future? How do you see this fifth pillar in the strategy? Thank you, Philip. As I said, it is still at the technical level. It's a process where first we want to get experts from all the countries who will work together, and within these areas that are already predefined, then in the fifth pillar they will try to identify these macro-regional priorities, and this will then develop into future projects. Of course, we need to create basis for the development of these project. Ministers talked about this already. You know that within the Adrian program, we have fourth axis that supports strategy management, and that there's a potential for further development of this fifth pillar. It is very important for the cooperation to be accompanied by financial resources. Our goal is to mobilize all available funds towards the strategy and fifth pillar. In that sense, I have to praise your ministry because it's a trendsetter when it comes to this embedding process and recognition of transnational cooperation. Regardless whether you launch an initiative or whether you saw some practices that you want to use in the region, or bringing some practices to Croatia, and through your ESF Plus program, you finance something. So I see everything in a very positive light, as well as the entire future of the strategy. Of course, everything depends on the people and the ones working on the strategy. So its success depends on the people. Thank you, Mislav. Thank you, colleagues. I would like to thank the audience for sticking with us until the end, and enjoy your lunch. Thank you for the information that you offered. Just a short coordination, given the situation. We are a bit behind schedule. We're 15 minutes late, which means that the later part on the revision of strategy will start at 1:45. So this part after lunch will start at 1:45.
Dame I gospodo, ja vas molim da...
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The bravest among you ready to join us in this part of the program when we will deal with the revision of the action plan, the process that started in 2022. And this process involves public consultation and presentation of results or everything that has been achieved so far. You will see the results of this work. At the beginning, I invite our guest from Slovenia, from their Ministry of Cohesion and Regional Development. This ministry is the facility point in this process of the renewal of action plan.
Welcome Ms. Eva Kos from the Ministry of Cohesion and Regional Development of Republic of Slovenia.
From my side, yes, as mentioned by the moderator, I'm a coordinator of the Eusair facility point at the lead partner, and we were coordinating this revision process. Just to say, I'm here just to say a few introductory words, and then I will leave the floor to our external expert that actually did the whole drafting and the majority of thematic work. I would just like to say that the action plan and the strategy, as you know, were adopted in 2014. So it was clear that there is a need for revision, and this was confirmed in 2021 when the governing board of the Eusair actually agreed that this process should be commenced. Why did, of course, apart from the long period of time that passed from the adoption of the document, there were several reasons why the strategy and the action plan needed revision. One of them being that the strategy itself has matured at this point in terms of being more operational and more, there was a need to be the strategy to focus more on the thematic work and also to focus on the implementation more rather than on the consolidation. Another reason for this revision was, of course, also the launch of the new policy cycle connected to the Green Deal from the side of the Commission. So a lot of new policies were launched, and of course the strategy would need to be aligned with those as well. In 2021, we were in the transition period from one to the next financial framework, and with that, of course, also the programming of EU funds is connected, and this also was another reason that requested the revision of the strategy. And on top of that, there were 2 new countries joining the strategy in between those years, and also we know we are facing all these challenges, global challenges, the regional challenges, European challenges that need to be, of course, also reflected in the strategy. And we really started working in the spring 2022 on this revision. First, all the implementing bodies of the strategy needed to agree on the process. We also had first public consultation in around this time last year, and these inputs were also integrated then in the drafting of the action plan. And then in autumn last year, the thematic work started with our thematic steering groups, and until now we were working very intensely with them, also, as I said, in cooperation with our external experts, so that today we can present you first results from this drafting process. Of course, these are still all proposals. They need to be agreed still finally by the countries and confirmed and so on. But still, we would very much appreciate your inputs so that we can fine-tune this document. With regards the next steps, so the plan is really to have the document adopted, to have the document prepared by the autumn this year, so that it could go to the Commission, and then there is another process taking place at the Commission, which takes also some time. So probably like mid of next year or end of next year, we could have the strategy and the action plan adopted. So this is all from my side. I leave you now in the good hands of our external expert, Mr. Kai Böhme. Yeah, but it will be...
First applause for Ms. Kos.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, like it was said already, details. It is a duty of Mr. Kai Böhme from Spatial Foresight Luxembourg, expert following this process.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for the introduction. And also a great thanks to the interpretation service, which allowed me to listen to all the discussions in the morning, and the technical support that made it possible for me to have my presentation here. It's a little bit the tragedy of time horizons. This morning we were quite a lot of people talking about what is going on today and what we have done in the past. This afternoon we will shape the future, and most people are lost in the coffee break. But that gives you more influence on what we actually are going to talk about. And as Eva Kos just explained, basically we have almost 18 months of a process leading up to the first draft of a revised action plan. Me and my team joined 3 months ago, trying to help you, the thematic steering groups, Eva and her team, to really make it a written proposal and bring all the bits and pieces together. What I would like to do today with you, both here in presence and those online out there in the rest of the Adriatic Ionian region, is to test it with you and see, is what we kind of collected, what that 1.5 year process led to, something where you say, yeah, makes sense, is relevant, I'm happy, I'm engaging with that, and I want to contribute. Or do you say, wait a moment, wrong topic, I wanted to go for another conference, what do we do here? So we will have that, and my presentation is basically done in a way that there are very few slides that I have created. I need your active participation. I need you and your mobile phones to actually make my presentation happening. Otherwise you won't see a lot. And then we will have this interaction at the moment via your mobile phones, so that we get both you and the people online in my presentation and get your views in. And then once I'm over with that presentation or with your presentation, we will have some time for open questions and comments on all those things that have been forgotten. So, having said that, now I need to see whether that works. Maybe you can scan that barcode to give us a first impression whether you are active, whether you are here. And for those who can't scan the barcode, you can go to the internet, menti.com, and the code 49904021. And then we would have a first question is actually, who is here? Who is online? Who are we that are shaping this presentation? So at the moment we are only 4 persons. Maybe we get a few more. Yeah, quite a lot of others. Do we get more people? Do you manage? Okay, so it's taking shape. So we have quite a number of people working in the Adriatic-Ionian region. We have one person who's actually involved in cooperation projects. We have one national coordinator. We have 2 members of thematic steering groups. We have 6 others. Well, we have more members of thematic steering groups. So that gives us a little bit of feeling who is around. And we will have more of those questions over the time of the presentation. So keep your mobile phone at hand so you can help us. Yes, you want to have the next one? Now I need to make that one. So now you should get the next question, which is also concerning your part on who you are, national authorities, civil society, private sector, but quite a lot of national authorities are in there. Okay, so I think we realize that the tool kind of works for most of you. Then we can move towards the content, which is actually, so that was only the testing part to make sure both we understand who is in the room, but also to see a little bit more whether you managed to operate Menti. So the topic actually that Eva introduced was the Eusair, the revision of the action plan and where we are in this process. And I will run you through both what the objectives are and then through the different pillars. And after each pillar, I will check with you whether you believe that what we have picked from the discussions is relevant and whether you have any ideas how to further develop that. So you will come back to your mobile phones and to Menti. And now I need to make sure that my computer does what I want. So basically, just to reset, what is the overall objective? So we are basically looking into promoting economic and social prosperity and growth in the region, improving its attractiveness, competitiveness, and connectivity. And I think for me, the important part here is that is the bottom line of it, where we say kind of all the participating countries need to work on those things where there's mutual interest, which is of high relevance for the entire region, and that being joint challenges or opportunities. That always sounds very pleasant. And when we discuss with colleagues whether a topic is actually matching here or not, we really see kind of what are the topics that need to be solved together in a macro-regional strategy. And there are a lot of topics which I call my mother-in-law topics. So most of us have a mother-in-law. So we have actually a common topic. So we could start a mother-in-law pillar because there's a lot of things to exchange about mothers-in-law, and maybe we can make a network, we can exchange experience. And that's actually all over the Adriatic-Ionian region and beyond. But then you might say, okay, we don't need that. So basically, when we talk about the Adriatic-Ionian region where we need to cooperate, it needs to be something where we also can solve it or can make progress together. And I'm afraid on our mothers-in-law, we can only do that individually. So we can't kind of jointly make any kind of effort there. So the topics are, or the tricky part is kind of to identify those topics where we need to work together in order to address the challenge because we can't do it single-handedly, or where we need to work together to address and work with an opportunity. So it's really the questions, where can we only do it together? Where doesn't it make sense to do it one by one, even though we all have mothers-in-law and or something? And typical examples are, let's say, green and blue corridors in the environmental part, saying it doesn't make sense if that corridor, if it's a transnational one, stops at a border and is not continued. So we need to make sure that in order for that to really flourish, we agree on those things and they cross the borders. The same with transport or energy things. There are those very easy topics, but there are also those that are a little bit more difficult. So whenever we met a topic that was proposed, we had those discussions in our team to see how do we really make that fit a transnational project. And that's basically what we then did in the work with you and the colleagues on the revision of the action plan. To see the action plan shall take the ideas of the Eusair from words to action and identify concrete priorities. We talk about pillars, we talk about more precisely topics, actions, and in the end activities. And as Eva said in the introduction, since the last action plan, quite a lot of things have changed. So the geography, the member states have changed, so we need to adjust to that. But we had also COVID, we had kind of energy crisis, we had the Ukraine war, we have political priorities like the Green Deal, the green transition, the digital transition. So there are a lot of things which have changed and which the new action plan needs to take into account. So the ambition was basically to say, can we work with the existing action plan, with the ideas from you and the others to see, kind of make that fit for a changed world. And then a first, or in our case actually the last topic discussed was, what are those issues that don't fit individual pillars? Where we say, okay, that needs, somehow it needs to be addressed across the document. And there are a lot of discussions still ongoing. I think what we can say very clearly, there are 3 clearly horizontal topics. And these are topics that need to be addressed in every phase of the action plan. That kind of, it's basically in the DNA of the action plan, you could say. And that's kind of enlargement. I think you can't think the Eusair action plan without thinking how those actions, how those activities help the enlargement process. It's about capacity building, quite a lot, and also what we heard before lunch was about how to actually ensure that the players that need to do things have the capacities to do that. And that doesn't mean the formal capacities. Also, we are talking really about the skills and enable them to do whatever needs to be done. And it's also about innovation and research, also that kind of being prepared for new developments. We need to really make sure that innovation and research is going through. So I think these are 3 topics you will see in every bit and piece of the strategy when you read the document later on. Then there are a few other issues that were in the discussion and which we at the moment grouped as cross-cutting because they're important, they're kind of addressed in a number of places, but they are not as strong as the horizontal. And there is, for instance, the circular economy, there's digitalization, where quite a lot of the topics contribute, but it's not as present as, for instance, enlargement. And there's an ongoing discussion, and my gut feeling would say there will be a 3rd topic coming up, which is about a green or sustainable rural development, which will be then also cross-cutting as we see that coming together in different elements of the strategy. What is not on the slide, but what is maybe even more embedded, is of course all the issue on climate change, green transition. I think today we can't work with a document without having that in mind. So much as a pretext. What I now want to do with you is kind of go through the 5 pillars. That means kind of first the pillar 1 on blue growth or blue sustainable economy, depending on how you want to frame it. Pillar 2 on connecting the region, both in terms of transport and energy. Then pillar 3 looking in environmental quality. Pillar 4 on sustainable tourism. And then connecting to the last session before the lunch break with a new pillar 5 on the social dimension. And I will quickly present the state of play for each of these pillars, and then I will ask you via Mentimeter to give a feedback whether that makes sense to you and what topics in particular make sense. So, blue growth or blue sustainable economy, I think there's still a discussion going on what is the appropriate name, and different people give us different feedback. So there, I guess, there's a discussion to have still. And what we understood from the discussions with the thematic steering group, with national coordinators and other people, is that this most likely will be structured in 3 main topics. The first topic is basically on blue and green technology, and I think here an important aspect to understand is when we say blue, a lot of you just think of the maritime dimension. But we are actually looking much further. So there are kind of all the, let's say, inland blues, if you want so. There's the lakes, there's the rivers, there's the catchment areas. So I think we need to also to understand that blue isn't only concerning the sea and the immediate coastal strip, but that blue actually is going much further, and that when we come to technology and innovation, there is quite a blurry border between what is blue and what is green technology. So therefore we have a first pillar that really looks into how to promote marine blue biotechnology and innovation, and that looks into innovation ecosystems, and that looks into research networks and in those technologies to see how can we strengthen that and make sure that the Adriatic Ionian region is becoming much more advanced, and that the players in the different parts of the region help each other. The second pillar, which what I understand from the discussion is probably the core, seems to be the heaviest part of it, concerns fisheries and aquaculture, and it's really about the better management, the sustainable growth, but also making sure that aquaculture is not only a marine issue. Also, I live in Luxembourg, that's a landlocked country, as most of you know. In our neighboring region, directly in Germany, very landlocked as well, is one of the biggest aquaculture farms. So aquaculture can be something that's very much in a landlocked area where it's very green. We are actually moving in those technologies. So I think we have those things also to take into account, that it goes beyond the focus that we often have. In that topic on fisheries and aquaculture, I think the activities are really looking into sustainable, resilient, and competitive fisheries and aquaculture in those areas. What can be done to make sure that they are thriving and kind of withstanding all the transitions ahead. Then we have a third pillar where I have sensed there's a lot of discussion around how to really shape that, and where I expect that there will be a few more changes in the near future, which is more on the maritime and marine governance and services, looking at improving the skills that are needed to provide those services, data exchange, digital planning tools, and those aspects, and kind of how can we really make that happening, and actions or activities in those field concerns and institutional capacities to harmonize standards across the country so that we can actually exchange data and sustainably govern our resources and promote digital technologies in the field. So there's a lot of very hands-on practical aspects. I think that's a very quick kind of teaser, and if you look at that, kind of the blue-green technologies, the fisheries and aquaculture, the maritime and marine governance and service, keeping in mind that this is not only about the maritime, but that this always also links back to the inland, and that a lot of activities actually concern lakes and inland regions. The question is, which of those do you are, can we start that? How relevant, where you say kind of, if you're on that scale, basically give an indication and saying, those three topics, are they relevant? Is that what you say? Well, yes, that is something we need to work with at macro-regional level. Or do you say, well, maybe we rather let it be and focus on mothers-in-law? So I see that kind of blue-green technologies seems to have very strong support, fisheries and aquaculture as well, maritime, so we're basically all on the higher side. Wow, now there is a changing opinion. So that's the fun part of you generating my presentation. I don't know the text I have to say. But that gives you a first sense of where we are, and I think that also for the further work of the thematic steering group later on, not to abolish them, but to kind of maybe see kind of where more aspects are needed. If we move a little bit on and say, okay, that is that is a general feeling that those topics are fairly relevant and should be addressed. And it's getting stabilized, so we continue here. And oops, now we are too fast. No, one back, sorry, fast, too fast. Here. Who would be interested in contributing and saying, well, of those topics, is there anything where you say, my organization would really be happy to engage with that? At the moment we have kind of one person, I assume, having ticked all 4. So we have some volunteers for the green technology. We have a lot of people that say, that's not my topic, I wait for the other topics to come. And while we are waiting that the answers trigger in, I can always tell you what the next question is. That is basically about, are there any particular activities you would like to contribute with? Is there anything where you say, well, when you further develop the action plan, don't forget those and those topics because we would be really interested in doing something. So while we are waiting here and see that we need to do some more convincing work on fisheries and agriculture or reach out to another target group, I would go one step further and see kind of, do we have any ideas on possible activities? And here just can type and saying, that's what you would be interested in, what should be done. Oh, that was a short one. I see people typing on, so knowledge sharing is among the aspects that you mentioned. Cooperation on the topics across the macro-regional strategy area. Green agriculture, kind of not blue, so that we get this green element stronger in. Innovation community building. So really the agricultural part to make sure that that is kind of stronger reflected. Okay, so you can still kind of keep on typing. We will collect that later on and look into the next step of the revision to see whether we can connect the dots. In the meanwhile, I would like to go with you to the next pillar. And that is a very long pillar, so I separated that over 2 slides. So you have to bear with me a little bit longer here. It's about connecting the region, and that is really making sure that both in the transport and in the energy sections, we are getting towards integrated systems. And I think what we can see from the material so far, that when we talk about the transport part, that this really concerns all transport modes. So it's not just that we need to kind of better integrate in one type of transport, but we have to really think all the transport modes. But there's also great potential in the Adriatic-Ionian regions. And besides using those potentials and using the integration, quite a topic that was up in the discussions always was also the question how to make that green, how to get a more sustainable transport in the future so that we get that part into. And from the material that we got and the talks we had, there are 3 topics under the transport heading that materialize, and that is on the one hand kind of looking really into the maritime transport, improving connectivity, safety, and cohesion, and that is kind of harmonizing traffic monitoring management, interoperability of IT systems and solutions in ports so that these work better with support community systems, monitoring of emissions, water quality, air quality, etc. So there are quite a lot of those aspects where we say, okay, if we do that individually, it doesn't really help. We need to do that throughout the area. Then a very strong point is also the multimodal connectivity, also how to make effective intermodal connections, and that really then concerns the entire area and looking into ICT infrastructure nodes along logistic chains, and also there's the interoperability of the systems in the region, upgrading networks so that there are kind of international links between the countries, but also integrating those into the tier further down and joint roadmaps, increase rail and road transport capacities and quality, kind of removing missing links, bottlenecks, and upgrading rail networks. And I think if you go further into the text now, it sounds really like only the big stretches, but there's also quite a lot of material in the text on saying it's not only connecting the big dots, but it's also connecting to the smaller areas and to the hinterland. So there's not only the kind of 10T aspect to it. And then the third topic, which to my understanding is pretty new in the system, is about the urban nodes and really making sure that we have better sustainable urban mobility in the urban areas and in their surroundings. And that means kind of promoting the diffusion of integrated fare and ticketing solutions, cycling lanes and networks are mentioned there, sustainable urban mobility plans. So these are the aspects that have come to the forefront in the discussion when we look into the transport, really, the maritime transport aspect, multimodal connectivity, and the urban aspect. Then, as I said earlier, it goes one step further. Connecting the region also means connecting the energy networks and shifting or moving towards more green energy. And when we talk about the energy networks, the key emphasis, as far as we have understood, is on the one hand on electricity, but also on the gas network. So there's quite a lot of making sure that integrated power and market supporting the green transition in energy supply is there, that gas corridors and infrastructure are developing and are connected, and also with a light to security of energy supply, liquid natural gas infrastructure, logistics, and those aspects are all there in getting the energy networks up and to a better standard. When we look at the green, that is mainly then the green transition, sustainable energy path forward, and there's a lot about cooperation on the development of renewable energy sources, improving energy efficiencies throughout the area with kind of common actions and cooperation, and advancing in the energy technologies and hydrogen economy aspects. So these are kind of key elements that we have picked up when it comes to connecting the region. And I think we do the same game here as for Pillar 1. Having said all that, I leave the slideshow to you to see kind of where do you see the key interests in those aspects? Which topics do you think, well, yes, that is really a topic that is relevant for the Adriatic Ionian region and where we need to work together because we can't solve that individually. And it seems maritime transport and multimodal connectivity are quite high. Green energy is really top. Urban nodes is in the middle field, and energy networks are also pretty good. So I think we are getting a feeling that most of those topics are highly relevant in your perspective to the strategy. So that's something we really should cooperate on. And I assume that most of you managed to get your votes in. And then we do the same as last time. And Kai goes again one step too far. And that's kind of, would you be interested, or your organization be interested to contributing? And saying, well, that's a topic we're working on, I'm interested in, I want to be part of that game here. So do we get a few? So there's somebody for every topic. That's a good starting point. And it seems that kind of the green energy has at the moment the most interests, which also matches the previous. Well, we are getting more. And as last time, in preparation of the next slide, for those who have answered already, you can also think about kind of, are there particular activities that you say, well, that would be great if we can integrate that into the actions here. And I think as it's slowing down, you still can vote, but I move over to the next one if I manage. Yes, and then we have kind of already exchanged on know-how, cooperation about sectoral activities, biodiversity, transport projects, knowledge sharing, so quite a lot of sharing of experience. So I still see people typing here. Hydrogen, concrete projects, yes, of course, that makes it easier. And then I would say you still can continue energy communities. I think that's actually in the text, so that is something that we will have, best practice. For me, links to the knowledge sharing. So while you continue typing, I take you to the next pillar, which is then on the environmental quality. And that was also a pillar we had quite a lot of discussions with, as it's kind of so big, and basically every other pillar should contribute. So if you want to have a good environmental quality, it's something that isn't only in the environment. And in the end, kind of it centers at the moment around two main topics, to see kind of how do we make the transnational ecosystems and biodiversity stronger and improve the habitats, looking at the one hand on marine and coastal environments and the cooperation to improve capacities and biodiversity there, and also strengthen the existing networks. So that's really enhancing coastal and marine biodiversity, reduction of pollution in the sea and inland waters, reduction of pollution through ballast water and other releases in the sea. So there are a lot of activities in that field. And then we have, if you want, so the green part of it, the transnational terrestrial habitats and biodiversity, where it's a lot about protecting and enhancing the biodiversity on the land side and making sure that actions there are coordinated, and that concerns on the large carnivores, the awareness raising and protecting migratory water birds in their habitats that kind of need to be safeguarded because they kind of migrate throughout their region, and the improvement of the interaction between basically us humans and the natural ecosystems and habitats, so that we make sure that this comes together and works nicely. So I think that is kind of in a very rough term where we are on the environmental part. And then I would run the same show here. It wants me to start again. And see kind of, does that make sense to you? Is that kind of where you say, yeah, that is where we should focus on and where we should work on over the next years? And it goes a slight kind of bias towards the marine and coastal environment I see here. But maybe we are still getting in more votes to see. But still, I think both topics are so far considered relevant by the number of people online and here in the room. So we are actually getting quite a nice verdict to the thematic steering group, who has been working very hard on that pillar to kind of get all the different topics in. I think if you later on see the draft action plan, you will see an annex with endlessly many actions because they couldn't kind of see kind of what is most relevant. Okay, let's move on here and see, is there an interest to contribute? And there we have the usual 111 suspect already. And otherwise, if you have any idea, so the terrestrial habitat at the moment has at least 2 votes. Well, marine is catching up. And of course, for those that are interested in contributing, you may happily also think about the next step, saying, are there particular activities where you say, that would be interesting? We're actually on pair now. Okay. So then the question is, if my computer follows me, are there more concrete activities you say that would be interesting in the field of environmental quality? Maritime spatial planning, definitely interesting. Mapping is the assessment of ecosystem services. Wow, now we get very concrete ideas. That's very good. Those we can then integrate in the drafting and also put forward to the thematic steering group. And as it's slowing down, it seems that seems to be the only two which are here at the moment. Joint benefits of ecosystem service conservation. Oh, regional projects, cooperation with Pillar 1 activities. I think in particular this kind of maritime spatial planning that goes a little bit across Pillar 1 and Pillar 3 in the discussion. So there's definitely an option to strengthen cooperation. Energy communities. Yes. Okay, so you can continue typing. We will collect, as I said, all those inspects later on. And I would, biodiversity corridors. And oops, sorry, I'm too fast here. And I would take you to the sustainable tourism. And I think also there we have heard a lot already before the lunch breaks this morning of all the things that are going on, and basically you just could have taken the morning session saying, well, here you are, here is your pillar. And in a way, I think the thematic steering group and me and my colleagues have done in that pillar, we have kind of differentiated that in two main topics in order to see how can we build on that rich natural and cultural heritage you have in the region, and also build on the importance of the tourism industry, and to make sure that it's kind of increasing its sustainability, resilience, innovation, and so that it becomes smart, digital, and green, and all those aspects that need to be in there in a future tourism development. And I think all that you have heard already in the morning session. And what we have seen, basically, there are two different types of activities which we have then grouped in the two different topics. So one is kind of to facilitate the digital and green transition of the tourism and cultural heritage offers. And that's very much looking into collaborative governance and exchange of experience related to sustainable innovation of tourism destinations, promoting the use of smart and sustainable indicators for tourism, promoting the green and digital transition. So that's really kind of the, let's say, the transnational, the macro-regional dimension of where collaboration is needed. And the other one is much more looking at the SMEs, at the DMOs, also the destination management organizations, saying, how do we bring them on board? How do we not only have the big network players, but how do we also make sure things are happening on the ground, and that's then in preparing for the future and knowledge, skills, and management, and promoting sustainable smart tourism management and services, and the knowledge and the skills for the future, so that it's really also contributing to strengthening the various players you have in the area and down. And I think in one of the breaks we talked about CLD and kind of lead and those, but I think all that also ticks in here to say kind of how do we get those communities on board and can help them getting stronger in that. And I run the same game here to see kind of on the tourism, where are we and how well is it going? And is that topics where you say that is relevant? So far, nobody. So we skip the tourism pillar. Oh no. So basically we get a feedback that this seems to be, in particular, the first one, which more the macro-regional governance dimension addressed, but also the other one is picking up. Do we get more? Well, if not, we move on to the next one. And I think here we have many more who want to contribute. Maybe because you were here in the morning session and you got so inspired. And we have also tourism players around. But saying that there is actually quite an appetite among this group to work with the tourism part. I think that's a good indication. Okay, and then the last part of that one is, of course, as for the other ones, the question circular economy. Yes, I think that's actually in the text. Clustering, that you also find already in the first draft in the tourism sector. Peer-to-peer learning, social innovation in tourism. I think that's a very interesting topic. Do we get more? Cruise tourism as a particular type. Yes, I think that's also addressed already. And then we have the knowledge exchange, nautical tourism. And I think also there's then the link actually to the environmental quality pillar we had earlier. Solidarity economy, that is already in. So I think we have quite a number of aspects. Research that is in, carrying capacity, all the question about over-tourism and in relation to nature and environment. Cultural and environmental roots. We don't want to have Taichi region here. Sorry. Yes. Okay, so I think we got quite a number of inputs here. And then we have the fifth pillar. And as you learned this morning, that is something that is rather new, that isn't in there at the moment, and that came in very late to the level that we said it is a pillar. So from that side, what we at the moment see in the draft is basically a first stepping stone. So we made very clear that social integration, improvement in skills, migration, brain drain, civil society are aspects that are very relevant to the Adriatic Ionian region. But it's something where at the moment there is not an existing pillar to build on, and there hasn't been a year-long debate on what exactly to do, but this debate is just starting and taking shape, and I think all that you saw in the very interesting panel discussion just before lunch. And from that side we made a particular, or we propose a particular action on the further development of the pillar. So that basically what is in the text at the moment in the draft is the very first rough stepping stone, so that whoever then will be in the thematic steering group can start shaping that pillar over the next month or years and make that fit those members. And from the discussions and the papers we got, there were very clearly two topics, and I think they also emerged this morning, and there was one topic which we had the feeling was going in and out. So we said that's maybe possibly in there, but possibly also not. So that still kind of needs to be decided. I think what for us came through in the talks and so quite clearly is kind of putting a focus also on the next generation, on the youth, kind of on the skills, on the perspectives they have, also on the perspectives to stay and actually develop that region and get engaged in the development. So there I think there's a lot, and there you also, when you look across to other macro-regional strategies, there's actually quite a lot of experience where they test saying how do we engage young people and make sure that the next generation is part of the macro-regional endeavor and development. And so that is kind of then including activities in the coordination of social inclusion in policy targeting, youth council aspects at the macro-regional level, ensuring and also the involvement of young people in the Eusair, so saying that when we discuss the strategy, why don't we discuss it also with the generation that comes after us, so that we get that part more in there. And then the second part really, and I think that was very strong this morning in the panel discussion on kind of skills development and employment, saying, okay, there is quite a lot of work to be done in terms of making sure that the labor market finds the right people, that also that we get those aspects that are their best use, so that people kind of, on the one hand, don't leave the region because they say, well, I go somewhere else, they have better jobs, but at the same time, also the industry here finds the jobs or the people that are needed. So in activities also, they are picking on partly the papers we got and partly looking at other macro-regional strategies, concerns everything from macro-regional academies, exploring synergies between players and improving cooperation and skills, combating brain drain, and through better networking also of the entrepreneurs in the area, platforms on digital nomads and freelancers to attract skills to the region, actually, not only the other way around. So I think there's a lot, and this morning you heard even more aspects. I think they all can be worked in nicely into that pillar. And then the topic where we were pretty uncertain because we got kind of different signals from different sides, therefore you find a possibly behind, is kind of the health care issue and saying developing skills in the healthcare sector, coordination healthcare policies, enhancing early diagnosis and screening, and working step by step towards a more, well, if you want so, integrated healthcare system. And again, looking into other macro-regional strategies, there are actually steps, but it's a very, very difficult sector. So it's not something where it's the most easiest field to start with. Again, at the moment I'm pretty uncertain whether that makes it into the strategy or whether that is kind of maybe for later, but that needs to be shown then over the next months in the discussions, also whether maybe that pillar takes an additional twist somewhere. So as we said, this is really watching a pillar in coming to life. So there is a lot of flexibility, the text is much more open, and there's this particular action also on developing this pillar so that the thematic steering group can find itself and can start shaping it in the way the players in the region think it is most useful. And that would be then the last time to run the exercise to see how we are doing there. And that seems kind of skills and youth is quite popular. Health is still kind of around at least. So you can give a few of your verdicts on what you consider is relevant. I think it stabilizes here, so we see basically that all three of them are more or less relevant, but with a priority on the skills and use side, which seem to be more relevant. And I think that's something to take forward in the discussion with the people to see how to shape that pillar one step further and go there. I think if that is not changing anymore, then we go to the next one and see that kind of there's an interesting contributing to the skills element and saying, well, there we would be interested in contributing. And usually what I have learned in the other macro-region strategies, when you, for instance, have civil society organizations in the youth fields, and this jumps up, as they can mobilize so many people on social media that you suddenly have the youth pillar going through the roof. But I guess that's kind of, when everything is still in the making, that is not as strong. But at least kind of people are interested. So I think at least it indicates there is a starting point to work on things and continue that pillar, so that the initiatives that was presented before lunch saying, okay, we really need to strengthen that social aspect in the strategy has a bearing and makes sense to continue. And then I think that's the last one that I bother you with. Then, of course, the one, what would be concrete activities you can imagine or envisage there? Waiting, sir. So kind of, is there anything? Minority support, I think we heard this morning, for instance, about the Roma training, the youth council, youth engagement skills and development, social inclusion, empowering youth as key actors, vulnerable groups, elderly, unemployment, migrants, youth exchange, 21st century competences. That would be interesting to hear what that is. Communication campaigns, one healthcare approach, so more standardized healthcare system, I read out of that. Youth exchange to a stronger degree. I think there are capacity building, working with schools. Okay, no, but I think you give us quite a number of ideas which we then can step by step integrate into the draft text and make sure that you find your input there. And I would say thank you very much for youth employment networks, vocational trainings, internships, empowerment of women, non-formal education programs. Keep it running. So I think what we will do over the next weeks, we will kind of go through everything that you have given us and see that we kind of try to feed that into the draft text of the revision. And you were very helpful in shaping my presentation, so thank you very much for that. Usually we have done similar exercises, colleagues and me, in other macro-regional strategies in context, and when Eva said kind of how many people to expect, she said, oh, we have some 100 people. Then that takes quite a lot of time until everybody has managed to come in. So you were very efficient and very fast, which has the advantage that we actually can also still have some time for a more interactive dialogue if you want to ask questions, make comments, not only in the framed part of Mentimeter, but also in the general discussion. So from that side, I would say at the moment, thank you very much. And kind of, if you have anything where you say, Kai, something was completely missing or completely unclear, shout out, and I'm sure there is a microphone that people can ask questions or make comments if there's anything you still haven't managed to put into the Mentimeter sections. Yes, there is a lady. Can we have a microphone?
Yes,
There's a lady
microphone,
over there.
yes.
Thank you for your presentation. I thought there would be more on each pillar to discuss. I used to work in Pillar 4. But what I noticed in horizontal approaches is innovation in research that is already done in pillars. And actually, that what we do in Pillar 4 and also education is done in pillars, or capacity building. So how are you going to connect it? Are you going to delete it from the existing pillar activities, or are you somehow planning to propose an interaction between the two? Thank you.
As for me, thank you. Is that related? Otherwise I answer and then I come. No. Okay. So for the horizontal topic, so that was for us the important part that really every pillar has to address it. So that this is kind of like capacity building, enlargement. It's not something that can only be done at one place. So the horizontal aspects are really things where everybody has to work on, and in the best of all cases that comes together. I know in some other macro-regional strategies, the pillar starts coordinating and saying, well, if we do that, does it make sense? But I think that is the next step. At the moment, we are just making sure that the 3 horizontal topics are really in and not forgotten. And you're right, kind of a lot of those have already been part of your work. So it's not changing what you're doing, it's just emphasizing the importance so that it's not forgotten. So I think that's, in rough terms, how we have phrased it. But again, if the steering group tells us that should be phrased differently, that is kind of there's still a drafting process. Does that make sense or not really? We'll see. Okay, thank you. Yes.
My good friend Kai, thank you very much for your presentation. Well, treat my intervention mostly as a part of brainstorming on the new Pillar 5 on social issues. Well, I saw on the screen three items. The first one was youth. I thought that it stands alone, but anyway. The second one was education or something like that.
Skills, yes.
Skills and education. Okay. This is very useful. And the third one was health. Well, health to me, I don't say to us, is a pillar by itself. And let me remind you all that, well, in the EU, without the candidates, it's about 10 years we're discussing about coordination of health care systems, I think without result. Mm-hmm. So I wouldn't dare to add something like that in any and each pillar. On the other hand, because I want to be constructive, I have heard in the Danube region that they have a very good project of cross-border cooperation for health care. I mean, there is a hospital in the one part of a country, and people from the other side of the borders can go there for emergencies. Probably you know the case. And I think that we can use this good practice, because we have to be interactive with the other macro-regional strategies as well, and get to know and use the good practices. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks. Well, I fully agree on the health part, and you might have noticed that it's said in brackets, possibly, because it's really a topic that is extremely sensitive as it touches on national healthcare systems, which are completely different from country to country. So we're having completely different systems. There are those examples of the Danube region. There are other examples even in other parts of Europe where you say kind of emergency healthcare. So when the next emergency service is over the border, there are issues on kind of recognition of prescriptions that you get from your doctor that you can pick your medication. There are aspects, but it's an extremely difficult and highly sensitive topic. So from that side, I think it's really a discussion whether one wants to say, okay, yes, it makes sense because we need to start somewhere, or whether then okay, maybe not as a topic. So, and at the moment, from my feeling, we have got both signals, like you're saying, oh, maybe the other ones are the low-hanging fruits, which also need to be treated, so concentrate on those. And for me, that is, I think, a discussion that the people in the strategy need to have to then make a decision whether that should remain in, and if yes, in what shape. And for me, a lot of those social pillar aspects are still first discussion steps and not kind of set, if I may say so.
Thank you. I prefer issues where we have clear results, or we expect results. Mathilde is reminding me that I had some concerns also for digital nomads, which is somehow complicated in the EU. There is some questions in the coming from the Schengen Agreement as well on how, for how long. There are some
doesn't function?
Yeah.
Oh.
No, not anymore.
Here's another one.
That was a digital nomads going digital here.
Well, some questions on the tax policy of the member states, which makes it a little complicated. And I wonder if it should be addressed in the framework where we have member states and candidate countries, probably in a later stage, of course in a later stage. But right now I am afraid that we will start discussing and will continue discussing for ages. Thank you very much, Kai.
Yes, no, but I think on the digital, that's really an emerging topic, and we see that also, let's say in Spain, discussions emerging. How do you actually handle it? How do you work with taxation? And in the discussions, what we sensed was a little bit, we need to move on, at least exchanging or then not everybody going in silos, so that in the worst case, they can't play out each other, saying, okay, I would like to go to Croatia, but I can go to Montenegro because there the system is different. So I think that was kind of what we sensed in the discussions. There is something to start thinking about, but I guess, yeah, we're talking taxation system, we're talking healthcare systems where those are registered or not registered, but at the same time it's a field that is emerging, and for a lot of countries emerging as an actual issue. But so far we have in Europe not a lot of joint experience. But happy to take that out if people say, well, Kai, maybe in 5 years and not now. So, thank you. But there was, taking the microphone and leaving. I thought you wanted to say something.
Good afternoon. Actually, I arrived that the survey was already started, so please excuse me if I made a question and maybe
Don't
you
worry.
have already. Actually, I have two questions. The first is about the topic, the new horizontal topic, that is the enlargement. That I didn't see in this survey, and actually it is a very, very important topic. We discussed, I'm part of the national coordinator team of Italy, and we discussed a lot about that together with the friends of Croatia, and all the countries, I have to say, are very supportive of this horizontal dimension. So I wanted to ask you if there was in the survey, I didn't see the topic, but I jumped in that there was the pillar 1 question. So this is the first question. And the second is about the fact that I am a social researcher, unfortunately, I may say. And I know that the results that you get very much depends on the questions you pose. So within the social pillar, there were many, many topics discussed. And we, as Italy, we were very much concerned about the aging, for instance, of population. Gender issues were very relevant. So the question is how you picked up these 3 macro points, because obviously this will affect the results. And last but not the least, how this is very interesting exercise, and I hope we can share also the frame at the governing board level in order to use this kind of exercise also in our countries. And the question is this a first exercise made under the presidency, or it is supposed to be expanded, replicated? How will we use this instrument? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I try to answer these 3 questions. As enlargement is a horizontal topic or issue, and every single topic will have to address enlargement. So in the text, you find actually an enlargement section in every topic, because it's simply so important. You can't kind of escape it. And from that side, it wasn't in the survey because I think there was not, it's that. So that kind of, and you will see that in the text when you later on get it, so that really there is a chapter or a paragraph, an enlargement for every individual topic. On the social part, I think, as I said, we picked from what we got, and you find an introduction where aging and all those aspects are mentioned, and this kind of first action we said, okay, we are at the moment having a view on what we have seen, what kind of were topics that came quite strongly, where we've connect a lot of things, where we have seen other macro-regional strategies working actively, but really saying this is a way of a proposal, and as soon as the thematic steering group is around, there's this one action for them to actually work and define, so that I consider the topics we put there as stepping points, stepping stones, first discussion points that then need to be shaped as soon as there's a thematic steering group that also wants to work with it. Because if we now put there, let's say, skills, and they say, well, for us it's really aging, women's rights and migration, then I think they need to have the chance to adjust to that. So from that side, in the text, the pillar on social is extremely open to not preempt, as we had kind of no thematic steering group where all the member states are in to discuss with. And we just listed in the beginning all the topics and then identified those where we had the feeling was most frequent in the discussions and where we know others have worked on, so that we can say, might make sense, but you might decide differently later on. And that's, for me, perfectly fine. On the methodology, I think for us it was, at the moment, mainly to test, does it make sense? Also, I wouldn't take that as a representative survey in any case, because we are a tiny number, very kind of particular target group. It was more to see, is there anything where even this crowd says, well, I have no idea why you put that topic in. And then we would say, okay, maybe here we really need to do some thinking, or does it roughly resonate with you so that we can say it can go forward, because we have now before summer to submit our work, so that, but then there starts a full process on that draft in terms of consultation, which I'm not kind of master of. So I'm only putting together the ideas for the draft at the moment, and then I hand it over to the strategy, and I think then there runs another type of exercise, which I guess, yeah, both you will comment from the country perspective and other stakeholders. But yes, that's outside of my kind of scope, if that makes sense. Any further, I see heavy waving in the background. Any further questions? If not, I would like to say thank you very much. And as I said earlier, we will go through those, in particular those ideas for keywords that you said, that would be activities, and make sure that we see that they can be connected to the drafting text. And then our plan is that before summer, we submit our version, our draft to Eva and her colleagues, and then it starts the formal process of those activities and documents. And if you're still on your way home or tomorrow, come and say, there was something I wanted to say. Everything that I get until Monday next week, we can still try to incorporate in the next draft, if you're as precise as possible. And then, yeah, if there's something that comes to your mind, don't be shy. Thank you very much. And then I hope I think I managed on time. Yes, thank you.
Everything was perfect. Thank you very much, Mr. Buma. Thank you very much, Ms. Kos. Thank you very much to all of you. Hvala vam svima na sudjelovanju u današnjem programu. Stigli smo do kraja službenog dijela. Official part for today is over. You are all invited by organizer to explore Zagreb. You have details in programs. You can ask your host. Thank you very much for today. We will continue tomorrow. Have a nice evening in Zagreb. Hvala vam svima na pozornosti i još jednom na kraju ovog prvog dana inauguralne konferencije hrvatskog predsjedanja strategijom Europske unije za Jadransko-jonskom regijom i Jadransko-jonskom inicijativom. Doviđenja. Goodbye. And extra thank to interpreters by guests here. They were very satisfied.